We ask you to give them solace only as you can. Be with our men and women in uniform throughout the world who defend our freedoms at home every day. Be also with all our first responders who provide for our safety and well-being 24 hours a day. Keep them safe, dear God, each shift, each day, as well as their safe return home to their families. May we remember that God will meet you where you are in order to take you where He wants you to go. And as it is written in Romans chapter 12, verse 12, be joyful in hope, patient in affliction, and faithful in prayer. In your holy name we pray these things. Amen. Call this meeting 6:02 to order, starting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Althoff, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I would
ma'am.
request that we remove new business agenda item 5. We're still working on finalizing that agreement, so it is not ready for tonight.
Resolution number 2025-23, settlement agreement and mutual general release for Kimley Horn. Okay,
Correct.
okay. Anything else from anyone?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was that again? I didn't hear it.
It was new business item number 5, just being removed at this time because it's not in completion. It's resolution number 2025-23, settlement agreement with mutual general release to Kimley Horn. Under new business, Ms. Costello.
Yeah, Mayor Hope, yes, sir. It's been removed for all the copies and there's a
Good
new.
for the audience.
Yes.
Okay. Hearing none others, I'll entertain a motion for the adoption of the agenda
With the changes, so moved.
with the changes. I have a motion from Vice
Second.
Mayor Bailey. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner White. Any discussion? Anything from the audience regarding what was removed at this time under new business? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the adoption of the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Next is the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to consider the consent agenda for approval?
So moved.
Second.
A motion from Vice Mayor Bailey and a second from Commissioner White. Any discussions from the dais? Any discussion from the constituents in the audience regarding this consideration?
I'm sorry, I don't have the agenda. Was that the regular agenda you guys did, or the
The adoption of the agenda was the entire packet. The consent agenda are the approval of the minutes from June 9th, approval of the minutes from July 1st in the workshop, and the approval of the bill payments as presented in bank statements.
I
that are in the
have
packet.
questions on the bills.
Okay.
Now?
Now.
Now.
Okay.
3 minutes, please.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, underneath the water fund, the credit card bills, is everything on that credit card for the water fund? Also, on the general fund, I sent an email yesterday. Did everybody get it and read it? Because I had a bunch of questions on that email and requesting updates on that email. There was something that's supposed to go on tonight's agenda, which it's not on. Y'all tabled it till tonight's agenda. That was in the email. But let me go ahead and what is the underneath the general fund 6-inch line repair at the entrance of Blue Jays for $44,500? That's under the general fund. What is that? If that's not water, I mean, it would be underneath the water fund. It had to do with water. Am I correct? But it's on the general fund. So I question what that is, what it is if it's underneath the general fund.
Okay.
Also, the postage, that seems very high for the postage. I just quite have not seen it that high.
Okay.
Lowe's Home Center, I'd like to know what we got. And sorry, I really wish that stuff would come out Thursday like it's supposed to, because you don't ever get a chance. Like, I'm just now seeing the bills. I could have had this all laid out if you know, I'm requesting that if it's not in the packet on Thursday, please don't put it on the agenda. We don't have time to look at it on a Monday. And it's not fair to the commission, and it's not fair to us, the citizens. But I see, on my email, there was $1,300 worth of supplemental insurance, and I know Deanna said that the staff had canceled their supplemental insurance, so I want to know, on the bills, what that is. Actually, it reflects on the bank statements.
Okay.
I think that's it for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Costello. Yes, ma'am.
Karen Fiore. I want to echo that I noticed some water items also under the general fund. So you have a water deposit refund under the general fund, and as mentioned, you have the 6-foot water line under the general fund. There's a late fee for your postage. I'm not sure why we would have a late fee on that. For the Liberty National and the Colonial Life, both of them say optional insurance, which makes sense. And then under Aflac, it says city paid employee insurance. Can you verify that that was optional insurance that the employees were paying, not the city? And then under the general, or the water fund, I also would like to know if all of those expenditures were Ameris Visa, was for the water fund.
Okay.
I noticed that all of a sudden the Visa payments were only coming out of the water fund and not coming out of the general fund.
Okay.
And so if they're not, then where's the transfers that go back to the general, or the general fund reimbursing the water fund for their expenditures? For the statements, I see where on 6/13 there was the 68,000 that came in from the county, and then on the 16th it went out as from your statement. Then I see on the 17th we got the 193K for the credit line loan, and then I see it going out. Where is it going out? Is that a direct deposit to Kimley Horn, or where is that going? Because all it states is that it's withdrawal.
Drawn.
But then in your transaction list, you have no reference of it. So I don't know where that went. If maybe it's a direct deposit, I'm just not sure.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir, Mr. Lewandowski.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
In regards to the consent agenda and the budget, so my question is, what % complete will you be after approving this spending? in regards to this fiscal year. So this fiscal year ends, I think, at the end of September? Is that when your fiscal year ends?
September 30th.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so my question is, given this spending, what percent complete will you have? And then, are you on track to be in the black at the end of this? Given your current cash flow, because that's the other question I have is in regards to cash flows. Lots of money going in and out. I know there's some loans, there's some grants. Where are we in the cash flow? And at the end of this fiscal year, will we be in the black or will we be in the red? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Hearing nothing else, go to a vote. All those in favor of the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays like sign. Hearing that, motion carries 5-0. Duly noted on all the questions. Okay, our first guest will be Sheriff Scott and the team. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Attorney, City Manager, Sheriff Chad Scott with the Lafayette County Sheriff's Office. Just proud to be here. Just wanted to come through today and kind of introduce my staff and to tell you how honored I am to be the new sheriff. I've talked to you guys on several other occasions, but I just wanted to kind of come in and just kind of introduce myself and introduce my staff. Captain Sims have kind of a little special presentation for you guys for as far as the things that's going on here in the city of Archer. I also would like to hear from you guys as far as some of the things that we're doing good or some of the things that we're doing bad or some of the things that you think that we need to pay attention to. So just an introduction, and I'll let each of these guys introduce themselves and kind of tell you the areas that they're responsible for.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here.
Mayor, Major Shelburne.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is John Shawbrush. I'm a major with the Sheriff's Office. I'm over the Department of Support Services. So what I have is I've got the Criminal Investigations Divisions. That's the detectives, which would include the warrants investigators, our narcotics unit, victim advocates, crime analysts, and then also our Judicial Services and Training Division. So that's both courthouses, the Civil Bureau, and the Training Division. So that all falls under me, and yeah, I'm very happy to be here. I'm certainly available to answer any questions you have that pertain to any of those areas, and I'll do my best to give you an answer. But
Okay. Thank you.
my name's John. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Anybody have questions? Oh, Mr. Shabbat.
Okay. Shawbrush, yes, ma'am.
Shawbrush. I hope you all gentlemen have cards or an information sheet with how to contact you. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Daryl Bessinger. I'm also a major with the Sheriff's Office. I'm over the Department of Operations. So that means I have pretty much everybody in uniform with the exception of the courthouses. So that's what your patrol folks that you see out here, our traffic unit, all of our special teams, our SWAT team, our bomb team, our MORT team, honor guard, all the PSTs, our FSTs, the civilian staff you see out here that work our accidents and help us out supporting patrol. I have those. All our extra duty stuff comes through my division or my shop. And that's basically it. So basically he's got half and I've got the other half. So if you have any questions pertaining to operations, I'm here and I'll be here to answer your questions. I can
Thank
leave
you,
a card
Officer
as well.
Bessemer.
I just want to, excuse me, I want to commend you. We have some of the best deputies out here. I'm not gonna name names, but we have the best deputies out here, and they're doing a great job.
But we certainly appreciate the feedback and we're pretty proud of them ourselves. So thank you very much for that.
I have a question. We have a deputy that hangs out inside our Public Works barn,
And I was just wondering what's going on there. 'Cause, whoever it is, I don't know who it is, has been doing that for years. And he just parks inside the barn. I'm not sure why.
I don't know the answer to that, but I can look
Okay.
into it.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
He's not
thank-
here anymore. He's
No,
not here anymore.
He's been
he was
transferred.
just there today, parked inside the
I
barn.
went by, I saw Deputy Gargoyle outside, and I know he parked near the fire station with his
Right. There,
little thing.
there was one outside of the barn, and there was one inside the barn.
I don't know who was inside, but the one that did hang out there is no longer there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Checking into that. Yes, yes, ma'am.
I have a question. I noticed that there's been a lot more homeless hanging around Archer, right in the main, like, four-way cross at the light. Have you been addressing that one-on-one with these individuals? I mean, I know they're living on the streets there.
Well, we have been addressing, we have a new group that we just started. It's called the HAT Group. You know, it's called the Homeless Action Team, that we've really been concentrating on finding the best resource for homeless people. You know, a lot of times when you're dealing with a homeless person, that person is probably dealing with some type of mental illness or some kind of alcohol or drug addiction. So myself, the city of Gainesville, which you know is a severe homeless situation there, we're working diligently together to find out the best resource to help these people to move on. Not to move on to another area, but to move on in life. You know, a lot of these people don't even know stuff about United Way, places like that, stuff like that, to help them, you know, immediately. So we're working on that, you know, and I know Newberry's seeing some of it, so is Archer, you know, especially at the intersection. So just to kind of let you know, that's a situation that's nationwide that, for me, it's very important because people need housing, they need a job, and they need health care. And most of the time, if you can kind of help them with that, when they're released from jail or if they're having issues, you can kind of solve the problem. But it's one of those situations that we're working on in the county. And as the new sheriff, I'm working on, it's one of those things that's under my campaign promise to help with that situation. So we've started that. It's called the HAT program.
Sheriff Scott,
Yes.
would in this case, if it was something that was observed repeatedly on a regular basis, I mean, I'm not saying that it was, but it would be the non-emergency number that we would contact
Yeah, absolutely.
if we saw a pattern,
Yeah.
you know.
Yes, yeah,
Not,
absolutely.
I mean, person's not really creating
Right.
any habit,
Right.
but it's a pattern of where they are, same time, same station.
Yes.
And whatever business it is, they're not addressing it, so we would just call the non-emergency
Yes.
and say, heads up, this is the person, what they look like, and, okay.
Okay.
And that number is still,
955-1818.
thank you.
Option 5 will get you through all this option.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna try this. I'm loud enough, and I don't like to have my back to one group or the other. I don't want anyone to feel like they're less important. So here in a second, I'll go over those statistics, but my name's Chris Sims, the captain of Public Information and Community Services Division. So I handle everything related to media relations, government relations, public relations, all community, forward-facing, everything from events to youth services such as teen court. We also, I deal with transparency a lot, so anything related to technology, body cameras, all those things also housed under that shop. In relation to your question about homelessness, please be careful, okay? So homelessness is not a crime. And if the business entity in and of itself where the person is panhandling or what have you doesn't wish to have some type of trespass order or what have you, unfortunately as a citizen, you can't really enforce that. If they're standing in certain areas, we also can't enforce that because we used to have legislation that said we could enforce. It was challenged at the state and the federal level. It was deemed unconstitutional, and therefore those laws have gone away related to panhandling. So while we all know it's very dangerous for you to stand on the side of the road, holding a sign, distracting people, we've seen people in the city of Gainesville get hit by vehicles. Please keep in mind that there is really nothing that we can do for them asking for money. The reason why we believe it's most important to do something to get them completely out of that arena and potentially with temporary to permanent housing, jobs, social skills, abilities to have Narcotics Anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous, things of that nature. So we're working. I've seen it. I live in Newberry, and I've seen it kind of creep into Newberry where we never had that issue. So it doesn't surprise me, unfortunately, that we're seeing it in Archer. Obviously, if you have a concern, though, please let us know so that we can at least vet the person, make sure that they're not on the run for somewhere or something like that, and they just happen to take up shop in your wooded area.
From a safety standpoint, I mean, yeah.
Right, absolutely, from a safety standpoint. So, real quick, just to cover kind of what's going on in the city of Archer in the last, these stats are for last month, for June. A total in our CAD system, an incident is anything that is generated either proactively by the deputy sheriff or by you as the citizen. So in total, there was 188 incidents. A lot of these incidents, we had 26 traffic stops. We've been getting a lot of traffic complaints. I spoke to a gentleman back here who said, yeah, you know, they use this place like a speedway. So there is an increase in traffic enforcement. Again, 26 traffic stops. But let me give you an example, like 12 of those incidents were our civil process deputies making some type of civil process service. That still counts as an incident. The one thing that I really like is that you only had one, I'd like zero, but you only had one vehicle burglary in June. And I'm gonna pull it up real quick. It looks like it was at a business location. But the reason that this is, in my opinion, a very low number is because June, July, mainly June and July, we see the most vehicle burglaries in areas because the teenagers are out of school and they're usually the ones coming checking door handles and taking stuff. So to see one vehicle burglary in the month of June is pretty impressive. Obviously, we would like to have zero. And that was 16930 Southwest 134th Avenue NAB Equipment Group. Does that sound familiar? NAB Equipment Group? That's where the vehicle burglary was back on June 9th, and it was in the late evening time. It looks like around 10 o'clock at night. There was one warrant that we served. That warrant was for child support. So, you know, in my opinion, if you didn't have some violent felon, you know, in your backyard, the child support warrant, that happens. A couple of domestic disputes, one fire, and one fight at the gas station. One physical altercation at the gas station.
That's good.
No, that's not good.
What I will tell you is
Last year
a
was
lot
a
of
lot
these
more.
numbers come from increased patrols of the recreation area. I remember when I was a watch commander, the recreation area always seems to draw the teens in there smoking marijuana and stuff like that in the little house, in the little overhang. We worked 4 different trespass incidents there where we ran people off and documented that stuff, and then we had, it looks like 47 different increased patrol areas of some type of city location, whether it be that park, whether it be City Hall, something of that nature. Looks like, hopefully this is correct, only 2 accidents with injury within the city limits. And then also included in that number of increased patrols, you have another 21 increased patrols to just businesses. So I think I was speaking to you earlier. This gentleman back here, he reaffirmed that we're seeing a lot more presence of law enforcement in the city of Archer, and that's the goal. The goal is that we, just because we're in a small rural town, that we don't forget about the people in those small rural towns, right? That we don't always focus all of our resources only to the bad areas, right? We focus on the areas where everyone is, because we want to proactively prevent those type of crimes. We want to proactively prevent burglaries so that we go from 1 car burglary to 0 car burglaries. A couple of initiatives have taken place. One of those initiatives is what we call our focus team, our focus unit. It is really that simple. Focus on the problem, okay? So whether that problem is large area of gun violence, whether that problem is an area that's being plagued with overdose deaths, whether that is a area that has significant car burglaries and we need to saturate that area. But this team goes to where the problem is and they saturate the area until they eliminate the problem, okay? Please keep in mind, transparency is what our community asked for when the sheriff ran and was elected. So we are very transparent. We use our social media channels to communicate with you. We will soon have a iPhone and Android app also to communicate with you, hopefully in the next 2 months. When that happens, we will also produce that information to you. You'll be able to download the app. And then when we have incidents that maybe there's a bad accident that's blocking the roadway, we can push it out to everyone's phone that has the app, and it'll basically text you and say, hey, like if you can avoid this area right now, you may be going to a grocery store or something like that, I'd probably stay away from here. Really bad accident, the road's closed for a while. Maybe there's a large group of law enforcement in one area, and obviously you see, 5, 6, 7 police cars. I'll give you an example. We had a terrible incident in Oakmont, had nothing to do with crime, but there were medical examiner trucks there, there were forensics people there. What do you think everyone in Oakmont thought? Oh my gosh, there was a murder, right? There wasn't a murder. There was a terrible situation that happened that had absolutely was nothing criminal. But those are the things we need to communicate to our community. Hey, we want you to know that you're safe. Please know that you're safe. You're seeing a lot of scary stuff right now, but everything's okay. And so that's the goal, is going to be continue to be transparent with you. Please keep in mind, gun violence is a real thing. We are doing everything possible. There are laws in place related to firearms, like that's the truth. There are a lot of people who can't have guns. Felons can't have guns. So when we catch felons with guns, I can probably tell you where they're going to end up. Marijuana sometimes is seen as a victimless crime. I can pretty much tell you that 1 out of every 5 stops that I review through body camera, we're seeing marijuana either laced with methamphetamine or fentanyl. And so what you think you're smoking as some, weed from back in the day, you're smoking fentanyl or meth. And so, some people kind of get on their train with us about the marijuana stuff, but trust me, and we're testing it, and it's testing for more than marijuana on most occasions. So, again, we're doing everything possible to keep you all safe, keep your community safe, but also communicate that to you and let you know what it is that we deal with on a daily basis. We're never going to be 100%. We can always be better. We always welcome the constructive information. Sorry, this young lady here about the barn. We'll check on the deal with the barn. And so that's my spiel. If there's anything you need, if there's something that you see that just doesn't look right, or maybe 2 nights ago you saw an incident and you're like, hey, I didn't see anything on social media about this incident or what have you, you can call our public information office. We'd be happy to look it up and give you what information we can. So, any questions? Yes, sir.
Perception. When I go into town or I'm driving around Gainesville, the homeless, it just become a way of life. It doesn't affect me as much. I'm used to it. I had 2 different friends come in town for a basketball tournament over at Celebration Point. One was from Clearwater, the other one was from Wesley Chapel. I got a text from both of them. What is going on with your homeless here? To me, I'm immune to it. To other people, when they come into our community, they're blown away by it. Then the next thing is, I'm seeing on social media and all this, where University of Florida is the most dangerous campus in the country. I'm sure you guys have seen this.
Yes, sir.
That looks bad for Gainesville, looks bad for Alachua County, and my question is, I know it's not maybe your area, but are you getting together with, I don't know if it's Bart Knowles or whoever's at UPD and GPD, and kind of having a round table on, this is making you look bad, making the city of Gainesville look bad, making a lot of people look bad, like we don't have and live in a safe community. And knock on wood, I feel like Archer is a fairly safe community.
Yeah, when I mentioned the HAT program, all those individuals that you just mentioned are in that meeting. We're all talking about it. So to find, like I said, to find the best resource, you know, to deal with the problem.
What are they doing about the crime on campus? I know it's not yours, but
So, just so
someone.
you're aware, that statistic is not for campus, that statistic is for the city of Gainesville.
Okay.
So what it's saying is that the city of Gainesville, per capita, right, per the amount of people, has the most violent crime ratio of a university, a major university city, okay? I can tell you, campus-wise, they don't have a lot of violent crime. The city of Gainesville, in and around that, yes, absolutely, they have violent crime. As you probably saw recently, we posted a video where a deputy saved a 17-year-old girl's life who was shot in a crowd right there downtown Gainesville. Obviously, the university is in that area, and they cover so many city blocks. What are we doing about that? That's a great question. Well, I can tell you this, it's all Alachua County. So we go where the bad guy goes. We don't care if the bad guy's in the city of Gainesville. We don't care if the bad guy's in the city of Alachua, Archer, wherever, whoever has their police department. We're Alachua County Sheriff's Office, we go where the bad guy goes. That focus team was one of the greatest initiatives, right? Because we're doing everything possible to pull guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have guns. That's proactive law enforcement in and of itself is how you will reduce people getting shot. If the people who shouldn't have guns, you're catching and you're getting the guns out of their hands, well, then you're probably gonna have a lot less shootings and a lot less violent crime. So, the conversations are being had. The sheriff and I actually just sat down with Chief Knowles, because there's also some talk of us looking to partner with all the different chiefs in the county to do a real-time intelligence center where we have real-time data the minute the call comes out, and we can affect a greater capture rate of people who are committing crimes. You may have saw that we caught a gentleman within 2 days who did a legitimate stranger attack on a girl who was coming out of her apartment gym. He would have killed her without a doubt had she not fought. And within 2 days, he is now in jail. So we're working hard, but we're not going to solve this overnight. But I tell you right now, it's going to take every citizen in here with eyeballs and knowing exactly what is good and what is bad for their area to call us and say, this isn't right. I've lived here for 15, 20 years, and I'm telling you, this person doesn't belong.
If I add, to add to that too, if I could, we also have an initiative with the city, GVI's, it's Gun Violence Initiative, that we've been a part of for the better part of a year, maybe even a year, a little bit more, where we're working in collaboration with the city and other entities, ATF and some other folks, federal partners, on a regular basis. And basically it's actionable intelligence. We're finding who are committing these crimes, and they're finding these folks. And to Captain Sims' point, most of them aren't able to have firearms, and then committing other felonies are already felons. And I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we take a bunch of guns off the street and put several people in prison that need to be there. So it's happening. Probably don't put enough press out there about those types of things, but it is happening behind the scenes. So there is a lot of crime being fought, if you will, that you may not see out here in the city of Archer. It's not really affecting you guys directly.
I think the statistics that you're talking about, this is kind of lagging because Gainesville Ward experienced a lot of shootings at some point, which I think those are established property that's going up now. But with that GVI, with that initiative that the mayor's talking about, really put a real damper on all those crimes. With us working with GVI, like you said, we don't have the numbers, but the shootings has not ceased, but they've gone down quite a bit, and all the violent crime has gone down quite a bit because of this gun violence initiative that we work with the city.
I think it's just like a perception thing that the media is going with it, and the Chamber of Commerce, they don't want to hear that. It hurts businesses.
Right.
You know, people come in tourism and different things, and they hear Gainesville is the most dangerous college town, which, I don't know where the statistics or whatnot.
Right. Well, to be fair, I'm sending my daughter to the University of Florida next month, and I'm not concerned.
Let me
Yes,
just
ma'am.
say the key word that you said, sir, is per capita.
Yes.
And if we can focus on that,
Yeah.
because trust me, we're not the most violent city, but per capita, I guess we would be.
Right.
Sheriff Scott, I appreciate your time and your team. I'm a little frustrated though.
Yeah.
I heard her say that, you all are doing a very good job, and I'm not gonna say you're not. But there are 3 incidents that I'm very frustrated, that I believe citizens have been targeted by your deputies, I guess deputies or what you call officers.
Deputies, yes, ma'am.
Deputies. And it bothers me. And the reason why it bothers me is because 2 of those incidents, it's 1 person, but 2 incidents, he was targeted. Now, I don't know how you all gonna handle this, but he's still in jail right now. And I'm upset because when I say he was targeted, there's evidence that these 2 deputies ganged up on him and targeted him. Now, whenever he gets out, he's gonna have my backing. And whatever that means, he's gonna get his just due. And those 2 deputies need to be addressed because what he did to this man is unreasonable. And what happens is this. Everybody talk about, oh, you're doing a good job and, you know, our streets are this, da, 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 da. But when you target 1 person that has no, only thing he does is go to work and come home and take care of his kids. And then you stick him with charges that he has to pay a thing to get out, and he can't get out, so he's stuck there. This is creating problems for this is a black man, for our families. Because these 2 deputies that's on your check thing, they target this man. And I don't like it at all. So I'm saying to you, Sheriff Scott, we've got to do something about this. This is not just this one. There was another incident too. So when you come into this community, you have to also understand, when you come in, you don't have to come in as roughshod or you want respect, you gotta give respect and understand who you're dealing with. And the reason why I'm emotional is because this man he's a good man. And the situation that went down didn't make sense. And he's still in jail today behind 2 of your deputies. So I just want to let you know, yeah, y'all may be doing a good job, and overall you probably are. But then you also have deputies on your team that needs to be addressed. And when he gets out, I will be addressing it personally.
Anyone else?
Can I ask you this? Have you submitted any type of complaint or
Not
anything
yet.
to professional standards?
No, I have not.
I would welcome.
I would not, well, thank you. Is that where you're suggesting I go now?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, and you can do it,
I don't have to do, no,
Yeah.
I don't want to do it now.
If you want to start with it after this meeting, we'll just come talk to you.
Well, the point is, one thing about me, transparency, like you said, is important.
It is, absolutely.
So I'm not gonna hide behind the anonymous, because hopefully they won't come for me. Because if they do, they won't come again.
Yeah, do you want to share who this individual is?
Who, your deputy?
No, the guy that's in jail.
Not allowed down here.
Oh, okay.
No, we can do it though.
And Sergeant,
I can talk to you about it.
Sergeant Sims, I commend you because this is part of that focus, to focus on where the problem is and address it. So, yeah.
We do want to address, we do want to address.
I appreciate that.
I can feel your frustration.
Yes.
Clearly, it's something that you're passionate about, so we need to take it serious.
Yeah,
And so like the major said, after this meeting, we're more than happy to talk to you kind of privately, so
yeah.
like you said, you don't air anyone's business out.
No, but I can definitely do that.
Yes, ma'am. And thanks for bringing it to our attention.
Thank you, Ms. Sharon.
Honestly.
I want to address that as well.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Roberta Lopez, and the gentleman that she's speaking of, he worked for all of us, doing our yards, whatever we need him to do. Very respectful with us. He's not the type of person who is willing to take a lot of crap off of people when they're talking rough to him, so he may talk a little bit back to them. He does have children. He had a job. and he was going to work every day. And, we know him well, he's never stolen anything or taken anything from us.
Don't sell no drugs, don't do nothing.
He wasn't on drugs, he's not on drugs, and we know this because we're around him all the time. We use him as our handyman, so to speak. Lawn cutter, whatever we need. I've never met a person who's more really respectful to elderly people and what have you. And I have to, say, what I'm so upset about also is that we don't have very many young black men from our area who's working every day, taking care of his children, and helping his community. I call myself a community. And we do that to give him a little added money, you know, on the weekends when he's off. So we don't need that kind of person behind bars. I wrote a letter to a judge not so long ago because a young man I know was on drugs. And I said, that person does not need to be in jail. He needs rehab. Person is up in his 70s, you know what I mean? He doesn't need to be in jail. Of course, he got arrested for DUI and all that kind of stuff, which he should be in jail for, but he really doesn't. Because so many people are not getting the help that they need when they go to jail and rehab. Now, what bothers me about the other guy we were talking about, because I'm off track, is when he comes out, we don't know if he's gonna have a job or not. Even though we talk to his boss and he says he's such a good worker, he will hire him back. But if he has to stay in there and serve his entire time, which is how long?
They haven't even said it yet.
He hadn't been sentenced yet.
And almost a month he's sitting
And
there.
he's already been in there a month. Okay? So I mean, to me, that's just not fair. And we know you have a job to do.
No, he's trumped up charges.
Let me speak, Sharon. We know, that's my next. We know you have a job to do. But even me, in my lifetime, because I'm an old person, I've been bullied by officers, not in this community, but in other places where I lived. And trumped up charges, I even took somebody to court and I won. Okay? Because they trumped up a charge on me. It's the way things that are handled, you know what I mean? Sometimes authority goes to people's heads. If they've got a title, or they feel like they can do this to you, they will. And everybody in here who look like me knows that. So all I'm saying is, whatever you can do to help this young man when she tell you who it is, I wish you would.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
I know who he is.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lewandowski.
I'm not going to bring this up, but it's a positive experience I had, so I just want to share it. I don't want to forget. About a month ago, I had an 18-year-old black boy come up to my house about midnight, knock on my door. I opened it, and he was crying outside my door because his father, where I live over there on West 70th, his father had choked him over some money, taken his phone and ran. So the kid came to my house, knocked on my door. I called the sheriff's office right away. Within minutes, the sheriff was there. Now, I'm a nobody in town. I just live here. So no one's giving me any special service. They came to my house. Within minutes, they had maybe 4 deputies eventually showed up, took care of the kid, calmed him down, took him in the car to try to take care of him and take him home. I don't know what happened out of all of that. They even put a protective area around my house to make sure that the kid wasn't harmed by his father. So everything I saw was dressed right dress. It was handled properly, they treated the kid right, there were no accusations against the kid, they were just concerned about his safety and his physical well-being. So I have to commend the force on that. They did an outstanding job taking care of that young man who was shaking, which is why I opened the door. He was just completely shaking. I've never seen a kid so scared before, except when I was in the military.
Thank you, Mr. Lewandowski.
We don't want to hijack the meeting here.
Yeah,
once this is done, if you would meet with the majors kind of offline, and we'd like to address that, okay?
And you-
Yes, sorry.
I was just gonna say, you as well, Ms. Lopez, if you wanna, share any other information with them so we can
I think I said enough.
continue the meeting.
And,
Thank you.
I'm not gonna do anything.
Thank you.
I just want to introduce two more folks. I'm not going to stand up here, but part of engaging with the community doesn't just mean someone with a badge and a gun. We also want civilian support staff engaging with the community as well. Ms. Michelle Sherfield, you've probably seen her a few times. She's
Yeah.
our manager of community relations. And Ms. Jasmine Thomas is one of our specialists with community relations. They are on a civilian side, but they still are part of the brand of the sheriff's office, and they have the ability to kind of engage and maybe get into some environments where a badge and a gun may turn people off. And so our goal is to connect in all areas, not just only have you connect with someone that you may be uncomfortable with because they're law enforcement. So again, we'll meet with you all, and thank you for bringing it to our attention, okay?
Thank you very much.
I would just like to say thank you. I know that we've had some concerns about not seeing a lot of law enforcement activity in our city and our town. And so thank you. I have seen a lot more. And so I appreciate you all for that. And for all the job that you do. And I know sometimes you can't, everybody, when you're hiring hundreds and hundreds of people, there's going to be a few bad apples in the group. That's hard to try. But overall, I thank you all for the job that you do. And being a part of the Alachua County Pastors Association, we pray once a month with the GPD, but this time Sheriff Scott was on that line. And I just want y'all to know that they do allow us to pray with them. And I appreciate that so much.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it too. I didn't know that. I was going to say some of what Commissioner Green said. Thank you all for being here. And yes, some of those bad apples probably were already there. And I was just talking to someone today about people. And we all have implicit biases, and we have to start recognizing them. And that has finally been a conversation around Alachua County. So hopefully it continues, and hopefully we will get this situation taken care of. But I wanted to thank our sheriff for being so present. And when I say that, it was a while ago before he ran for sheriff. He shared his cell number, and he said, because he was coming to the town hall meetings, and he said, you guys can call me anytime. I promise you I will get back with you. If I don't answer the phone, I'm gonna call you back. Every single time I either call or text him, he definitely gets back with me, and I was supposed to call him back because we were talking about the MSTU. So I reached out to him because I did want to talk to him about it, but I wanted to check with some cities first, and of course he responded. And I like that because the past sheriffs, I don't know any of them whose cell numbers we had. And so I do appreciate the fact that you said that before you become sheriff, and you been living up to it. So I do appreciate it. So now that I mentioned it, could you tell us something about what our services are for the MSTU? Because we realize that it's only 3 of the cities in Alachua County that pay into it. So I'm kind of confused. I ain't gonna say nobody else is.
I'll be honest. I didn't look at that. I wish you would have let me know.
My bad. I apologize.
Before I got here, but here's what I'll do. I'll look at it when I get back to work, and I'll make sure that the next meeting I'll provide you that information.
Okay, and I can reach out because I was waiting to hear back from one other city. I was checking with cities that are paying into it and cities that were not.
Yeah.
And I wanted that information before I talked to you, but then when I looked at the agenda and saw you were here, I was like, oh, well.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll take care of it.
All right,
I'll look
we'll
at it and
touch
I look
base.
what it involves specifically
For
for
us.
Archer. But I just want to let you guys know that Archer is very home to me.
You know I know.
I take it very seriously, and I'm sure that's why, there's an increase, but, just because the city is small or a municipality is small, that doesn't matter. We still want to keep everyone safe. So when I tell you I look into that MSTU, I will, and I see what you guys are contributing and see what that looks like.
Thank you, I
If you could
believe
send
it.
that to our manager. so
Okay,
She could
will
send
do.
that to all of us. That'd save you some time.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
You're welcome.
Sheriff.
Mr. Mayor, also, I heard the mayor ask if any of y'all had cards. If you have some, please leave them with us and some of the citizens so we don't wear our sheriff out. I said to him at an event I saw him at lately, because he's at everything. I said, you can't beat to everything. You got to slow down, because we want him, don't y'all? We want to keep him around, right? It's like you can't rip him around to everything, because he literally tries to fulfill his word and be to every single thing. But we don't want to wear him out. So you all please leave us some cards so that we don't have to call him for every little thing. We call some of you all. Michelle, I've known Michelle a long, long time. So we need some cards, Michelle. All right.
Thank you. Or you could send the contacts to our city manager, and then she could distribute them to us. That'd be helpful. Thank you.
I just want to tell you how much I appreciate all of you. And I do think our deputies do a good job. I'm not, and don't know anything about that case, and everything that I've had personal action has been great. And I see, we went down to the park, it's probably about 6:30, not before last. The deputy was leaving the park, and rather than go the main road, he went back to one of the back roads, which I thought was good, because I don't want to see you on the main road all the time. I want to see you on these back roads to see what's going on, because that's where a lot of it takes place. And I do appreciate you being here, because we have had at least one sheriff that never showed up.
Correct.
And I do appreciate you being here. And I did see you in the parade. Which parade was it last week? Yeah.
Or was it Mickey Nope? I think he was at Mickey Nope's parade dancing.
He was dancing. Yeah.
Mickey Nope.
So thank you.
You're welcome. He's got dance moves,
You're not gonna touch
I
that.
want to say to the sheriff, because we did bring this issue up, it doesn't mean that we don't think that you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
It's an issue that needs to be addressed.
Correct.
So whatever way this is beginning to sound here,
Exactly.
because you guys don't even know. My name is Roberto Lopez. Have you ever heard of me? I have called so many times, and they've been there for me, because I live up in a corner on 131st. And one time there were people driving all off the Archer Road up in there to pick up drugs. Okay, seriously. And those deputies came to my rescue and they cleaned them out. But one of your deputies said, Ms. Lopez wants us to arrest all the white people that are coming in. And it wasn't that, it was just that I saw so many. I said, there's black people, there's white people. I never wanted them to take care of white people. I want any person who's coming into my neighborhood to be arrested if I suspect that they're in there for drugs or whatever. And I must say that they were there, and they're still coming. In case you guys don't know, a lot of the patrolling is because of Roberto Lopez.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies, representing the Alachua Sheriff's Office. Thank you for being here. Okay. Our second guest is Mike New with Woodard and Kern, and any project updates. I think there are packets available in the lobby for those that would want to share it with Mr. New. Welcome, Mike.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Mike New, and I'm an engineer that works with an engineering firm that is Woodard and Curran. And we are under contract with the City of Archer to help you with the funding and financing of your wastewater treatment plant. And your city manager requested a couple of weeks ago that I give a status update to you about where things are with your wastewater plant. We put together a presentation and would be willing, these things aren't moving at an ultra fast pace, but absolutely happy to come in every quarter or every semi-annually, whatever frequency the commission requests, to give you updates. And I will commend you. I've been engineering in this community for a little bit, for a few years, getting long in the tooth, as they say. And I think the first time I worked on getting wastewater to Archer, as a young engineer working for Gainesville Regional Utilities. Looked at it again some years later when I was working for the city of Alachua and then with the city of Newberry. So I know it has been an aspiration of Archer's for more than 30 years to have a wastewater system, essentially primarily to clean their environment and ensure that their environment remains clean for the community that resides here. But you guys are a testament to perseverance. 30 years and you're still trudging along, and the only way to not get there is to quit, and you have no quit in you. So this project just marches on, and I think that Archer will be cutting a red ribbon on a wastewater system sooner than most people think. So with that, I'll step into a presentation, or maybe I won't.
Yeah, sorry, Mike, none of that stuff works anymore, I'm so sorry.
Do you have printed copies of the
Yes, sir.
presentation? Okay, then I'll be happy to walk you through printed copies of the presentation that we put together, and
There's more in the lobby.
and ask you guys if you have questions that you'd like more information on. Feel free to just kind of stop me. And you'll see that I tend to be a little bit of a chatterbox, so it may take more than one way to get me to stop, but I'll be happy to slow down and try to double back. Whatever information I can't answer for you tonight, I'll happy to write it down and get it transmitted in an email.
Before you start, is anyone out there in the audience need a copy, or did everyone get one? A copy of the presentation he's about to
They're
do?
in the lobby on the desk if you need the packet.
Was it enough for everybody?
I see.
There's only one
I've
left?
got one here. And here's another additional one if someone needs it, Mike.
No.
Oh. You do not need to share.
Somebody out there says
And
only one more.
there's copies right here if anyone needs.
But I guess they're good. Yeah.
So, page one of the presentation is just a little bit about the firm Woodard and Curran. I would tell you there are a lot of water and wastewater engineering firms across the United States. But in my experience, Woodard and Curran really specializes in understanding that every community needs utility infrastructure, but the magic is funding and financing that utility infrastructure. There's needs everywhere you look, trying to get the revenue to move forward with those projects. And so some years ago, Woodard and Curran put together a very strong fiscal solutions team. Seems to be what they specialize in, and knowing every available funding entity, both at the federal, state, and local level, to help with the project. So once Woodard and Curran understands the scope of your project, they'll know the dozen different avenues to go solicit for funding, often grant funding, which is nice. That's free money for a community, but there are a myriad of other programs that are not grant related. They're some sort of low interest loan, and our fiscal solutions team has expertise there. So just a plug for who we are. The next slide, which starts at experts from concept to operation, says wet utilities. That's more of an abbreviated. This is what we work on. We don't do electrical systems. We don't design power plants. We're really in the wet utility business. Water, wastewater, stormwater. Those are the areas that we help communities. Next slide starts out with central wastewater versus septic tanks. is just why, the question is, why is it important to consider a central wastewater system? And so we developed this table that kind of goes down and identifies the differences between septic systems, which is your current method of wastewater treatment in the community, versus central wastewater. And it really comes down to density. I live on a 5-acre parcel, and I would say it's kind of the adopted policy within the region is that at a 5-acre parcel or greater, that a single residence with a septic system's fine, and it treats our wastewater to pristine values, and there's no degradation of the environment to have a septic system out of 1 per 5 acre or less dense. But as you pack in and we get more and more dense, putting that many septic tanks in one place is the environment just doesn't have the capacity naturally to clean that wastewater, and that's where centralized wastewater systems come in. And so this table kind of goes through the differences between why communities that as they grow and gain density, why they look at central wastewater system. It's essentially to keep from polluting ourselves out of our own community. The same reason we pick up solid waste. If we just take our trash out and burn it or leave it curbside, we'll eventually pollute ourselves out of our community. So a little bit more information on the differences between central wastewater and septic tanks, but again, it comes down to density. Florida has become one of the most desirable places in the nation for people to live. They've figured out that the weather is awesome and the tax rates are awesome. So North Central Florida is a big part of Florida's growth right now. It's a desirable place to be, and the rest of the world is looking to see how can they figure out how to get to North Central Florida. So whether we want growth or not, we're dealing with the stressors that come along with growth, and if we want it, we need to be planning for it. So all boils down to septic tanks are just not as effective at removing the pollutants from our wastewater as a centralized wastewater plant. And then I go through some of the math about, typically it's acceptable to have 1 septic tank for 5 acres. So looking in your downtown area is about 650 acres, and at a 1 per 5 acre ratio, it could support about 130 septic tanks. And my understanding is there are closer to 600 septic tanks, which is about 400% more than it would stand on normal density standards. So, and my point of putting that out is to commend you for realizing that as we densify in our downtown area, that now is the time that we need to transition from septic tanks into a central wastewater system, and that's all I have to say about that, as they say. So wastewater system components, and as I talk to communities, I kind of learned that if you're not in the business, you may not necessarily understand. Mm-hmm. So I would say that a way of classifying a wastewater system, 2 primary components. There's what we call the collection system, and there's a treatment facility. So the collection system is a series of infrastructure, mostly pipes and manholes and lift stations, where wastewater is conveyed from homes, residences, or businesses, and they flow through these pipes as they make their way to a treatment facility. So, collection system, pipes, manholes, pump station. The treatment facility is a central facility where the wastewater goes through that treatment facility to be cleaned up. And I would say that at a wastewater facility, what we do there is accelerate nature. You all know that if you take a banana and you throw it out in the side yard over there, and you notice it every week, that a couple months in, 90 days in, 4 months in, banana's gone. It turned black and it became soil. It just disappeared. As bacteria, naturally occurring bacteria in the environment, consumed that banana. We do at a wastewater treatment facility, we do that exact same thing in 24 hours. We just densify those bacteria that made that banana disappear. We put millions of them in one place, and they treat that sewage, they remove those pollutants. So the next slide here is an image. It says wastewater collection system. It just graphically shows how the wastewater leaves a home or business, flows downhill through what we call a gravity system. A lot of terminology with a wastewater system, but you hear us talking about gravity pipes. Those are pipes that are just flowing downhill, that the water just rolls down slowly as it goes to the bottom of the hill. And at some point it hits a point that is so low that we can't dig the pipes any deeper. We'll put in a pump station. Another term you'll hear from time to time is lift station. That lift station lifts that water back up to ground level and then pumps it through another set of pipes that we refer to as force mains. Those force mains eventually make their way to a wastewater plant. That's shown graphically there. The next couple pages, there's ones with manholes there. Manholes are part of your gravity collection system. They allow workers to access your wastewater system. We have to get in there and perform maintenance. Sometimes they get clogged. We have to clear the clogs. We have water that leaks in, rainwater. It's called infiltration. We do things to ensure that that system is watertight, because if rain is getting into our wastewater collection system, we're spending a lot of money at a treatment plant to treat rainwater. It doesn't need to be treated there. So water and wastewater, or wastewater utilities, go through a lot of effort to keep stormwater out. And the regulatory community, in our case it's DEP, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, they regulate us to ensure that we're doing our best to keep stormwater out of your wastewater system. That's what a manhole looks like when it's being constructed. The next page is what a manhole looks like in everyday life. All you see is a big iron cover, usually 30 inches or 32 inches in diameter, in the middle of the roadway or the middle of the parking lot. But the purpose for that is for that gentleman there to enter that wastewater system and clear a block, or to help us somehow maintain that wastewater system. Aside from manholes are the piping. As I mentioned, there's two types of pipes. There's gravity pipe, usually larger diameter, usually about 8 inches in diameter, about that big around, and it rolls downhill, flows water downhill by gravity to a lift station. Force mains are smaller. They're 4 to 6 inches. They're pressurized. And you can see images of both of those on that page there. The next slide is a grinder pump station. And a grinder pump station is a small lift station. It's one per property, one per home, or one per business, typically owned by the property owner or the business. And it handles the wastewater from that home or business and pumps it into a common manifold out in the street. It eventually makes its way to a wastewater plant. Now, grinder pump stations are typically have a lower front end cost to start a wastewater system, but they're more difficult to maintain. Well, you all know that if you simply take a shower or drain your sink and the water disappears, that like it does in a gravity system, that's a pretty simple system to operate. This grinder pump station will have two pumps in it, runs off electricity, so if we have a power outage, it doesn't run. If those pumps in there require maintenance, you're going to need some mechanical skills. So lower cost for grinder pump station, but a little bit more maintenance intensive. If Archer ends up with grinder pump stations, I think every wastewater utility has at minimum a few for special cases, but some cities, like the city of High Springs, their entire collection system is based around these grinder pump stations. Then city commissions make decisions about, well, who's going to maintain them. An example is in High Springs, the commission in 2004, when they were building their system, said they're all privately maintained, and that's the way it moved going forward. Well, some 5 years down the road, these pump stations started experiencing trouble, and they didn't work. And for the first time, property owners realized what maintenance responsibilities were on those pump stations. And the city has since taken over maintenance of the pumps. So they rethought that. And I'm not trying to tell Archer where to go, but I'd say if you have grinder pump stations in Gainesville, where they have these grinder pump stations, it's the property owner's responsibility. Alachua and Newberry, property owner's responsibility. In High Springs and other communities where they're prevalent, the city maintains these private grinder pump station. Requires special easements and agreements with the property owners, but lower installation costs up front if you end up with a grinder pump station type system. Lift stations. Hear a lot of talk about lift stations, and they're critical components, but from the ground level, they look like round concrete lids laying on the ground over there, and if you open that lid, you'll see they extend 25 feet deep, and they're about 8 foot in diameter, and you'd be in a world of hurt if you fell inside one, but they house large pumps, and they pump sewage from a collection system to a treatment plant somewhere. Community the size of Hawthorne has 12 pump stations. It's kind of quite a lot for a small community. They have about 600 connections, and 12 pump stations, quite a bit. Gainesville, a little over 200 pump stations. Alachua and Newberry are somewhere north of 25. High Springs has 25. I believe that I haven't seen Archer's wastewater collection system, but I believe right now you're being designed with 4 for your downtown area. And I would tell you, you'd like to minimize these things, so it seems to me like your engineer did a really good job of keeping that number as low as possible if you're really at 4. But that's what a lift station looks like. If one day your wastewater system supervisor's in here saying, hey, we had 2 pumps go out and we're gonna need a budget adjustment in excess of $40,000. Yes, ma'am.
A question for you. With the lift station, I don't know if this is the same kind that they're putting the master lift station in the Holly Hills neighborhood, but they're planning on maybe like 3 in that neighborhood, from what I was told. Am I right, or there's something different?
Yes, you're correct. There's more than 4, yes.
Yeah, right in that one neighborhood.
Well, depending on
There's a
how
lot.
hilly
Okay.
your neighborhood is, will depend. I mean, sometimes it's unavoidable where you put those topography, the natural hilliness of your community defines where these things are. If you're that perfect town that has one hill right in the center, and then it all falls away, you can kind of have one lift station down at the bottom of the hill. But in our part of Florida, it's generally pretty flat, and so you can't flow by gravity, but for more than 1,500, 2,000 feet before it's so deep in the ground you need a pump station. So in flat parts of Florida, you see more lift stations than in hilly parts of Florida. But, that's an engineer's job, is to figure out how to minimize them. When I started working on these some 35 years ago, we estimated back then that the life cycle cost on a lift station was about $100,000. Today, that'd be about $500,000 to maintain, replace the pumps and control panels and all the things that go with them. So when you operate a wastewater utility, your wastewater system supervisors is going to be working very hard to maintain these in good shape, get as much life as he can out of, and make sure developers don't plop them in where you don't need them. But that's what a lift station is, and like I said, I think it's at some point you're gonna, I'd say the majority of elected officials in the state of Florida probably don't know lift stations when they see them, but I think it really helps. You're making big financial decisions associated with that wastewater collection system, and having a vague idea. You don't want to get too up and close and personal with a lift station, but having a pretty good idea of how your wastewater collection system works is really important. So that next slide is just back to the graphic image of here's what an overall wastewater collection system looks like. Next, I want to talk a little bit about the treatment facility, the other part of a wastewater treatment facility. After you get all the wastewater collected from homes, businesses, residents, and conveyed for treatment, then there's the treatment facility. And that is a series of treatment tanks. Usually they're concrete or steel tanks. They each have a job to do. When the wastewater gets to the treatment plant, the first thing we're going to try to do is get the bigger debris out of it, sticks, rocks, anything that could tear up our expensive wastewater plant. Sand is the worst thing that we deal with. Sand, and I have seen tanks that over a period of 5 years, most of the tank, 15 foot deep, it'll be 5, 8 feet deep in sand. Can't see it underwater. It looks like it's chocolate milk. You can't see that sand down there, but what it does is it robs the capacity of that tank. And if you're a half or a third full with that with sand, then you have lost half or a third of your treatment capacity. So the very first thing we do when wastewater comes into the treatment plant is we have specialized equipment that removes the sand before it hits your expensive treatment facilities. Then you get in the treatment facility, and what we're doing there is we are accelerating nature. We take the bacteria to break down the pollutants, and we grow them. And we give them plenty of air because that's what they need to do what they do. So we add air to these bacteria. They remove the carbon and the nitrogen out of the wastewater. And then being living, breathing organizations, when they get plenty of food and they get plenty of oxygen, what do? They reproduce. And so we grow a population of these things, and every so often we have to let a few go. And we call those biosolids. So we let a few go to maintain a steady state population of bacteria to remove those pollutants. And then at the end, after they've done their job, we allow the wastewater to get into a settling tank, very calm tank. Clean water goes over the top. The bacteria settle to the bottom, and they go do it all over again. We just recirculate and reuse these bacteria. Clean water then moves on to be disinfected. We treat it with chlorine or some other chemical to kill any pathogens or any bacteria that would be harmful to humans, and we discharge that wastewater into the environment. Sometimes that's putting it into a creek or a river. Sometimes that's putting it into a purple pipe and pumping it to the local golf course or a local stormwater retention basin. And sometimes we irrigate with it or grow hay. We spray it out like in Newberry. They spray it on a big 200-acre field. They grow hay underneath it, and then they take that hay and they do what they do with hay: feed cows, feed horses, get beneficial reuse out of it. But that is the cycle of a wastewater treatment facility. So in Archer's case, the system that y'all have selected is a wastewater collection system that will be bought, paid for, owned, and maintained by the city of Archer. And so you guys will get those pipes, those manholes, those lift stations, and your team will maintain them. And then from that master pump station that you referred to, Commissioner Penny, it will be pumped to Newberry. Newberry is building a wastewater treatment facility, and Archer is buying capacity. About 15% of the capacity of that treatment plant is being reserved and dedicated to Archer. So, and there's a rate established in an interlocal agreement that you guys have with Newberry. I think it's 75 or 80% of Newberry's retail rates, which is kind of the industry standard. That's how the folks that GRU does this same type of partnership arrangement that Newberry's doing. Your interlocal agreement with Newberry very much models the agreements that GRU has with their business partners, such as the city of Waldo. So, and as you know, I've been involved with Archer's wastewater system for quite a period of time. The commission, every commission makes its own decision, but over the years, the contemplation has been that this collection system is a pretty expensive component, and the idea would be that initially Archer builds the collection system and takes on whatever debt service is left after grants, and once that gets paid off in 20 or 30 years, typically it's a 20-year loan, then Archer will be at a junction where they can make a decision to continue with its relationship with Newberry and let Newberry have a treatment facility and treat it, pump it somewhere else. They may decide that Gainesville is a better deal. They have all the infrastructure to do that, minus one force main. Or Archer may say, we are ready to build our own treatment plant. We've got the heavy lift of the debt service associated with the collection system, and now we think we're ready to build our own treatment plant because we as the city commission would rather have control of those decisions than some other commission. That flexibility is built in, and that's the model that you selected some 2 years ago, I believe it was, and that's the path that you're headed down today that I'm giving you an update on. So next slide in there is just the treatment facilities. It's owned by the city of Newberry. You have purchased capacity, which is 175,000 gallons per day, which is roughly equivalent to 700 homes. There's a meter. They'll be able to keep up with it, and there's some tracking in it. But you'll own that capacity for the life of the treatment facility for as long as you deliver wastewater to Newberry. And buying capacity at a treatment plant is a one-time purchase. Once it's paid for, you own it. Just like when your citizens build houses and they connect to the system, they're going to make a one-time capital facilities card charge is what it's referred to, or impact fee. They're buying their piece of the treatment system, and that runs with the land, and they own it. So if that homeowner sells their house and moves to another lot and builds a new house, he's got to pay it again, because that capital facilities charge runs with the land, and it stayed with the last house that he's at. But it's, once you get it, you got it. No one can take it away from you. And from that point on, all you're paying is your monthly wastewater bill to operate that wastewater system. So Archer was going to buy its capacity for Newberry up front upon receiving an invoice that'll probably be next year sometime. And then they'll get a monthly bill from Newberry to pay just simply for the treatment of that wastewater. There's no debt component associated in that monthly bill. Next one shows a little map, just giving you an idea of the dividing line between what Archer owns and maintains and what Newberry owns and maintains. And you can see that, I drew a little square down there that shows your wastewater collection area. There's a force main, which is a pressurized pipe between Archer and Newberry, and a dividing line that is approximately at your city limits and theirs, where you interface with them. Next slide starts off with Florida Department of Environmental Protection. And this is an agency of the state that performs two functions in regards to wastewater, and I find it confusing, especially when industry professionals start talking real fast about FDEP. So, because usually the industry professionals shift gears pretty quick about the role that the FDP that's being referred to. But if you're not familiar with the industry, it gets very confusing. So FDP performs two functions. They are first and foremost the regulator. They give you a permit and they make sure that your wastewater system complies with state standards. There's a number of districts around the state that do that. They issue those permits. Our district is the Northeast District, which is housed in Jacksonville, Florida. And those guys come in, they're going to inspect your system once a year. They're going to send you letters of compliance, you did great, or letters of deficiency, you got to fix this, this, and that. They're going to make sure that, I'll give you an example of some of the things that they'll tell you. They're not going to let your restaurants discharge into your system without a grease trap, because they know that grease will get into your system somewhere and it'll cause a stoppage, and then you'll have sewage flowing out of a manhole down the street into some water body, and they don't want that. They know that's unhealthy. So they're going to say, hey, Mr. Restaurant owner, if you're connecting to Archer's wastewater system, you got to put in a grease trap, and that's going to cost them $10,000, and they're going to complain, and they're not going to want to do it. Trust me on that. But it's every city and every state in the United States has that same requirement. It's the cost of doing business, and so that's an idea of how the regulatory regulates your wastewater system in order to keep it in compliance with the state laws, the laws that are being passed by our legislatures. The other function that FDEP plays in all of this is they're also a bank and a lender. So several years ago, the state of Florida decided to, in order to incentivize wastewater systems, that they would get in the business of being part of the lending. And so that part of FDEP they're the ones that give you grants and give you loans. The SRF program, which stands for State Revolving Fund Program, they will give you all that. It's a pretty tall lift to get those. If you're going to borrow money from the state of Florida, they're going to make sure that you have the rates to support it, and that you have the staff to maintain it, and that you have the board that has the willingness to maintain it. I'll give you an example. Just a few months ago, the city of Newberry, and when you get that money from the state, you sign a pretty extensive loan agreement that says that you're guaranteeing you're going to pay the money back, and your ratepayers and your citizens are pledging the revenue to do that. And every one of those agreements since I was in diapers said that if you don't have rates to make that semi-annual payment back to us, whatever means are available to the city commission, they're going to use. If they have to use tax money, tax dollars, ad valorem dollars, they're going to do it. So it's in every agreement. We're all used to it. Well, 3 months ago, DEP, the lender, said to the city of Newberry, we're not going to lend you the money until you change your ordinances to say exactly what's in the loan agreement, because we don't think your citizens and your elected officials necessarily know what's in the loan agreement, but you're pretty familiar with the ordinances, so we want it in both places. So our city attorney, Kirsten's firm, had to draw up the language so that Newberry could amend its ordinances to say that if they lack the funds to make a debt service payment to DEP, the lender, that they will use tax dollars to make that payment. So that's how overreaching that FDEP, the lender, can be. But I would tell you that they offer such a sweet deal that you go for it anyway. They're lending money right now at about 0.75%, and the market rate is 4%. That difference between 0.75% and 4% will save Archer's ratepayers millions over the 20-year life of this loan. Furthermore, as a lender, they have the ability to do things called debt forgiveness. So that some of the money that Archer got a couple, 2 or 3 years ago to get you started on the design, got about $1 million in way of a loan. And then the lender, FDEP, turned around and made 80% of that loan go away. They called it debt forgiveness, but it essentially turned into an $800,000 grant. So you got $1 million worth of work for a little over $100,000 in debt service. So DEP, they're tough to deal with, but this is the best program going, which is why every community, middle-sized and smaller, is using DEP as their bank. And it's important for you guys to know that we're dealing with DEP, the regulator, on one hand, and DEP, the lender, on the other hand. And we're getting close to the end, I promise. Rate projections. You know, every time I have a conversation about starting up a new system, we can't get 2 minutes into it without someone saying, well, I just want to know what it's going to cost me every month. And I had a conversation with Fort White today, and that's exactly what their elected official asked me is, well, Mike, I want to know what the monthly bill is going to be. And it's, Mr. Commissioner, I'm sorry, we have to know a whole lot more information to be able to tell you that. But what I did was I showed him this exact same graph that I'm showing you here. Raftellus is a firm that compiles water and wastewater rates every 2 years. They're really good at it. And they just published the 2024 rate report. And they're saying that the average bill in the state of Florida for someone using 4,000 gallons is $46, a little less than $50 a month. And if you use 8,000 gallons, it's $72 a month. And I can just tell you, because most people in the room probably don't know, well, how much does a normal house use? I'd say a normal house uses about 6,500 gallons, somewhere in the middle of that. So I think the normal bill, state average for a 6,000 gallon user, is going to be about $60. Where Archer fits in that, I'm not exactly sure. But as we move down the pipe, I will say that it's not going to be $300 a month. It's going to be somewhere between 40 and 80 would be my best estimate based on what I know about your system. But as we move down the pipe, we're gonna convey that information. It's not going to be a deep dark secret. We're gonna, as soon as we know, we're going to communicate that to you. I'll remind the commission that if it is $60 a month, That's for the whole house, for the whole family of 4 or 6 in that home. You're paying $60 a month, and that service is going right to your front door. You don't have to drive to the grocery store to get that wastewater service. You don't have to carry anything. It is coming from your front door. An entire family gets that service for about $60 a month. And when you compare it to internet service or cell phone service or a lot of the other utility services that we get in the world, or even electric service, it's a bargain. And of all the utility services that are out there, electric, water, wastewater, solid waste, natural gas, the one that will take a community out faster than any of the others for having a poor service is wastewater. You don't take care of your wastewater in your community, it will destroy your community. It's inconvenient to live without power for a couple of weeks. You don't have wastewater service for a couple of weeks, and it'll have health benefits. So, not to minimize the importance of rates to your ratepayers, I know it's important, and we all want the best deal we can get. But wastewater rates, we'll know them soon enough, and I assure you that as far as utility services go, it'll be as good a value as you're going to get in the utility industry, and that you're not going to be way off of what the state averages are being published by Reftelis. And just wastewater expenses, to talk to you about just the difference between those one-time expenses, which are capital expenses, and monthly bills, which are O&M expenses. Because I hear a lot about, we don't want our ratepayers to pay for growth so someone else can move to our town and take advantage of our system. And I assure you, no community does. So the idea is that growth has to pay for itself, which is why a board like yours will have impact fees. Impact fees are, we're charging someone to pay for their share capacity at the wastewater plant. And impact fees are charged to people that don't live here today. These are people that are moving in. You've already made the investment. You're doing the investment right now, and they move in and they pull a building permit. They want to take advantage of the foundation that you've already laid. You will charge them an impact fee that you will then put into a special savings account, and you'll pay debt service on so that you'll have the capacity at the treatment plant for them. So growth pays for itself, and then what your responsibility will be, though, this treatment plant that's going to get built, I hate to say this, it will not last forever. It will wear out, and you will need a new one. So what we do for that is, every month on your monthly bill, a good rate includes depreciation funding. So it may be $5 a month, and I'm just pulling a number. Every property owner, every ratepayer, part of their $55 or $60 a month goes into a depreciation fund, so that 25 years from now, when Deanna will still be the city manager, and she's explaining to all of you who are still sitting on the dais serving as city commissioners, hey, that we've done great, but our system is at the point that we need to spend a couple $1 million and upgrade it again. And we've got the funding set aside because we were responsible. We funded depreciation. Your auditor's going to talk about it every year. They're going to brag on you and say, you have this much money in your depreciation fund. Way to go. That's good legislation. So that's how that's how your treatment plan is paid for in the future. Growth pays for itself through impact fees. Your existing capacity that you've already paid for one time, all you're doing is through depreciation paying to replace it, because that pump wears out, that bar screen wears out, and it needs to be replaced. Let me get to we're getting really close to the end now. Just a status report of no, we're talking about funding. All right, here's a fun one that people like to discuss is, well, how much funding have we accumulated? And I'm just going back to 2024, but Archer initiated the design phase, and I told you about that loan forgiveness or grant. So you got about $1 million loan from the state, but then they turn around and they forgave you for $800,000. So currently on the books, you have about a $200,000 debt to get you to where you are today. Moving forward, because you got expensive construction of your collection system and you got to pay for the capacity at your treatment plant, You received a $5.85 million award from FDEP recently, or that was in 2024. While your collection system is being designed, in March of this year, you were awarded $13 million in grant funding that's going to go towards your wastewater project and your capacity in the regional program. And just 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, we received notice that you picked up an appropriation from the state of Florida for $1.25 million. Got a letter today that said they're going to accelerate that and they're going to tie it onto the paperwork and the grant agreement associated with the $13 million grant. So that's going to speed you up by probably 90 days to get access to that funding. And that's bird in hand, but the ones that we're still working on, we have a grant application into the state for a septic to sewer program that would be roughly another $1 million. And then in June of 2025, or June, just a few weeks ago, we submitted a grant application, $38 million. And we have high hopes that that's going to be a successful application. There are never any guarantees, but I will tell you, if you get the $38 million or a large portion of that, it's going to take a lot of the stress out of how do we afford this wastewater program. You're going to about have it bought and paid for at that point. And that will be a big sigh of relief. I know that the financial concerns about how do we pay for a wastewater system is probably one of the biggest stresses that you all have as elected officials. So getting away from the funding and getting on to the practical, your wastewater collection system, the design and permitting are about 95% complete. That's an estimate on our part because we didn't perform that work. And we're working with the design engineer to get that completed and get it ready for construction. And in the summer of 2024, the collection system, the permit was applied for to construct it. That permit still hasn't been issued. We are awaiting some responses to questions. I didn't have a construction estimate, but I know there was one there, and as soon as I put my hands on it, I will forward that to Deanna. But the collection system, generally in my mind, are probably more expensive than wastewater plant capacity. So as soon as we know what that number is, I'll be happy to forward to you what we think the collection system is going to be, and then how much of the grants that you've obtained will be attributed to that. In order to move forward on this system, we have to get that permit from FDEP. That's the regulatory side of FDEP, and that is in process. Once they give you the thumbs up on it, then you're to bid and construct it. And the way your interlocal agreement reads with Newberry is the timing should be when their new wastewater plant comes in on service. But there is an understanding that once you're ready to move forward with this system, Newberry would be happy to look at any available capacity that they have. And if they have available capacity and you could come online to their existing treatment plant without negatively impact their permit, they're going to allow you to do that. And my last conversation with Newberry, there's still that offer still stands. It's a wait and see. They're having new development approved every day that takes up capacity. Or new development that they thought was going to move forward that won't move forward, and that frees up more capacity in there. So as soon as you get the green light to move on a collection system and we have a construction schedule, that'll be the appropriate time to evaluate it and determine whether we're going to try to move into Newberry's existing capacity or not. And then just it's important to know, well, when's Newberry's treatment facility going to be complete? And the design was completed a year ago, and it has been sitting in DEP's lap, who had an inordinate amount of questions. Those have all been answered. DEP has a hearing in August. Newberry expects to get approval in August to move forward with construction, authorization to proceed. When they get that, the project would be bid in January-ish. And you know, even after DEP says we're going to approve you, it takes a couple months for the attorneys to work through those agreements. And so the attorneys slow it all down. After the engineers take 5 years to do it, then they blame the attorneys for taking 3 months to get an agreement. But they'll bid it in January-ish. They should let a construction contract in June, July-ish of 2026. It's expected to be a 2-year construction period. So in June or July of 28, your entire commission is going to get an invitation to go to Newberry and cut a ribbon at a wastewater plant. And you'll be there thinking, I can't believe I'm standing here at a wastewater plant for a ribbon cutting, celebrating it. But it will be 35 years into a really long project, and you guys should be there, and you should be high-fiving each other when you do. So that's the status on the wastewater treatment facility update. And just a reminder, I think I've said it earlier, after Newberry bids it, the agreement says that Archer's share capacity is 14.8%, 14.9%. Then Newberry would invoice you. The funding that you have already obtained is sufficient to cover that. You're going to make that check upon receipt of that invoice. And DEP communicated to us today that they understand it, they like it, they are poised, ready to strike the check to Archer when Archer is ready to strike the check to Newberry. And that brings us to me as a younger man when I had hair. Do you have any questions?
Any questions? I don't, but thank you for such an elaborate presentation. Thank you.
I do have one question. Would you all would be going strictly with the design that the Kimberly Horns has put together, or are you going to be looking to see if you need to make any changes?
I believe that my firm's recommendation is that Kimberly Horn is the engineer of record, and that if it gets a permit from the state of Florida, that means it meets all the engineering criteria to move forward, and that we would in what we call services during construction, our firm likely would perform services during construction, which means we would ensure that it is constructed in accordance to their plans. So during construction, almost without question, a contractor has a better idea. And normally, we like to listen to the contractors because if there's money to be saved, we want our ratepayers to take advantage of that. So I would expect those will come up. They come up if we designed it. Someone's going to have, be out there in construction and say, hey, we could save you $50,000 if we didn't do that. Great, let's have that conversation. So if that comes up with Kimberly Horn, there'll be a process. We'll evaluate it. Probably means we'll pick up the phone and get with Kimberly Horn and say, here's what they're proposing. We like the idea. What do you think? And I imagine that they would either agree or they would say, we would agree, but what about this? And we're like, okay. So, the three parties, the city team, your engineer during construction, which is Woodard Kern, and Kimberly Horns, will hold hands and we'll figure out the best way to move forward. But wholesale change, I don't anticipate that because I would tell you that it would be a very expensive process. And we employ a team of good engineers, but so does Kimberly Horn. And if they design it and the state gave it a permit, then I trust that it will be a really good design for you.
Okay. I was only asking because I know a couple of lots where they want to put lift stations was valuable lots that the city could have sold for homes. And I didn't know if they, I know at this point we're not going to change anything, but I didn't know if we had to let those entire lots go for a lift station. And one of them I know that that area is not hilly, but I was just wondering if you are going to, when you look at the plans and everything to see if.
That probably is going to be out of the scope for us. While that could be done, it would be expensive for your ratepayers.
Okay.
And I think that is to Archer's advantage that you did have property. Finding a site for a lift station can be really challenging because it does take up valuable dirt. Normally, a lift station site should be 50 by 50. Most lots aren't that big, but if you take 50-50 out of a downtown lot, there's usually not enough land to build a building on. So it could have a use. Yes, ma'am. It could have a use. And I'm not saying no, But, and I'm not saying mistakes aren't happening. I would tell you the very last project that we did in Newberry, before I left, was we had two lift stations, two expensive lift stations that literally I could throw a rock from one and hit the other. I don't know what was going on when they decided to put that second lift station so close to the first, but both needed to be upgraded. And what the city did was said, we're going to upgrade one, and then we're going to build a gravity pipe between the other one and the first one, and we're going to make the other one go away. And so, yeah, if we run into a circumstance like that during construction that we realize will ultimately save your ratepayers over the next 30 years, we're going to bring that straight to Deanna's attention and say, here's a recommendation, and you know, it may warrant a change that gets to the commission level, and we'll be in here explaining it to you guys. But I would tell you that the team that you've assembled knows a lot about how to get a wastewater system put in and do it cost effectively, and we'll look for every opportunity to save your residents funding.
Mike, does that include at the construction bidding and that what you spoke about, the contractor selection has ideas or whatever, will that continue through that process?
Yes. Yes.
That
So
late, so
usually
we're talking about June or July of '26.
well, June or July of 26 is when Newberry's treatment plant is going for bid. Your collection system, I don't know exactly when it's going for bid. It really depends on when FDEP gives you a permit. So when Newberry's plant, actually Newberry's plant's going for bid in January, and we'll decide which contractor is going to construct it in June or July. Did you hear me say we when I was referring to Newberry? Yeah. Yeah, but so the treatment plant, every bid of a public bid project, contractors ask questions and they have ideas. And I would say, you know, and when you respond to them, you respond to everybody. You issue an addendum to the bid that said, hey, this question came up. It's a really good question, and here's the engineer's answer to it. Your collection system will have that going on, and it will be more hand-holding with Kimley Horn, because your contractors are going to be asking questions of Deanna and her purchasing staff, and the engineer of record is going to be answering those. So Kimley Horn will still be around, and they'll still be a good partner for us. We'll go through that. Once we get into construction, our firm will be playing a role, I anticipate, and certain questions will require us to hold hands with Kimley Horn because it's the engineer of record kind of question. Some of them won't rise to that level. It's kind of a pretty straightforward. They'll say, we got a better deal on these valves. And Deanna will get with her team, and they like those valves, and they can maintain those valves, and they know who sells them, and yeah, we're going to do it. That doesn't require the engineer of record to weigh in and say we can do that.
So my question, just with some specificity and, you know, conception or whatever, is that our construction bid process, based on when DEP approves the permitting,
yes, sir,
would possibly be between January and June or July of next year? And the reason I'm asking that is because citizens are asking. We're already a year out. I mean, we, you know, on our plans, and it's okay. I understand all that. But
well,
and then there's this conversation, well, when Newberry gets theirs, then you get yours. And would you speak to that and clarify that? I mean, are they two separate entities, or when Newberry gets theirs, will Archer then go to bidding and construction?
No, Archer shouldn't wait for Newberry's to be completed in any way, shape, or form.
So
I do think it's to
Archer's is still would be before, could be before.
Potentially. I mean, we've all seen how things can slow down.
Yeah, absolutely.
So potentially. But I would also say that once we get a permit from DEP, then we look at what the projected construction period is for Archer's system, and then make a decision on when we're going to go to bid. We'll call Newberry and say, hey, do you have capacity? We got 600 homes that we can put online in 9 months. Do y'all have capacity for 600 homes? And they say, yeah, we've had a whole subdivision just back out. We've got tons of capacity. Then the commission may say, Mike and Deanna, go to bid.
And the reason I'm asking that is because there's a perception that Archer is like a developer that's got 600 connections, and you take that capacity now.
Yes.
January to July. I mean, so I don't want to insult Archer, but we are like a developer that says, are you ready for our capacity with your current system? So we want to get in that mix as soon as we can.
In a sense, but there's no sense in getting in that mix until you know when you're coming online. And
Okay.
until we get that permit, we just don't know exactly when we're coming online. As soon as they have that permit in hand, then all this gets crystal clear. It quits being fuzzy. It gets crystal clear, and then it's a phone call and a conversation with Newberry. Like I said, I was speaking to Newberry's primary developer this morning, and he told me that his 800 lot development, that he was only going to do about 150 lots. That was it. He couldn't do the balance of it. And so, I think that, I know that Newberry is reserving that capacity. So, if he officially makes the word that I can't develop, 550 lots, that frees
Mr.
up
Marlowe
tons
has
of
spoken to
capacity.
this, how developers get in line and then they back up and only have a fourth of what they said they needed or whatever, so.
Yeah, we caution elected officials all the time. All of this stuff, you just can't take to the bank. There are way too many outside influences that speed things up. The federal prime rate, the interest rate, right now, there's a lot of development that is just waiting on watching interest rates decline, and or they were worried about tariffs. And there's so many outside influences that, you have to take it all with a grain of salt. And then when the stars align, then you look, you do that final look and say, we got you, or we're going to have to wait 4 months. But in y'all's case, you're guaranteed capacity. So the worst case scenario is you come online the same day that Newberry's wastewater plant comes online, and that's a good story. But if you're moving fast and they're moving slow and they have capacity, you could come online before that.
Okay.
Sorry to never answer directly,
No,
but
it's clear. I just, in perspective, that's why I said Archer's like a developer, and if the DEP funding and approval process happens, then we're in line, so, okay.
yes, sir.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Mike, as you were discussing on the road to construction,
Yes, ma'am.
once the permit comes in, we may have to work with Kinley Horn.
Yes, ma'am.
Because my understanding is now that once we pay them off, we're done.
And my assessment as an engineer is that they're not going to be done.
So we're gonna be paying 2 engineers?
But you're only going to be paying people for their time. So if we weren't using Kimley Horn to do assessments and evaluations, because they are the engineer of record,
Right.
you'd be paying our engineers to do it, but we won't do it and then ask them to do it.
I
When
understand.
the question comes in, Deanna and I will know that this is a Kimley Horn question, they get paid for it, or this is a Woodard and Curran question, they get paid for it. So you're only paying once. But the biggest risk to Archer right now, financially, is if Archer wanted to hire Woodard and Curran to redesign the wastewater collection system. That would double your design, and that would be not one person at Woodard and Curran, and we like revenue, would suggest that that's a good idea.
And I do understand that. I'm just trying to figure out why we're gonna have to pay 2 engineers at the same time.
And you won't have to. But like I said, you may have 2 engineers under contract, but you should never have to pay them both for the same work.
So in this DEP approval process, once Kimley Horn answers those questions that I've already asked, are they availing those answers to you all in advance, or is this just going to DEP
It's just going to DEP.
at this point? And
At
then
this point.
when they want to release those answers to Woodard and Curran, that'll be a courtesy they give to you.
Well, and they'll eventually, what you hired them to do was a complete design.
And be
And a
the
permit.
engineer of record for any questions
That's
DEP
correct.
has. So if DEP comes up with additional questions,
They're
that'll
gonna-
be a work order task that will be billed by Kimley Horn.
Correct.
Which they can take their time.
Well, I think
I
that,
mean, so these questions from August of '24, the DEP put out, that have not yet, to our record, we know whether Kimley Horn has done their due diligence to answer those. You haven't received them, have you? Ms. Althoff?
If I can just
Yes, ma'am.
clarify, pursuant to the previous conversations that we had with Kimley Horn, their position is that until their invoices are paid, they've stopped work. So that happened several months ago, we discussed.
Correct.
So they have not sent any responses to FDAP.
And so this is,
in
we're back to
keeping with
that,
their
if we
position.
can get this done in this cycle, it could be September or October, or it could be.
I don't know a timeline for you right
Okay,
now.
I mean, these are just the conversations we've had, so, in the due diligence, we're still reliant on the engineer of record.
yes,
Yeah.
sir, this is not something that your team, Deanna, or our team can resolve ourselves. There are other players involved, Kimley Horn being one, DEP being another, that if things don't go just right, the project goes slower than you anticipate. And I will tell you, though, that by the time you've built your second wastewater plant, you'll be kind of used to, this is not that uncommon. It's a little uncommon, but it's not that uncommon.
Okay.
The wastewater business is not for the faint at heart. It really requires tenacity, which you have done a tremendous job of displaying. We just got to be tenacious for another 2 years, and we're going to get it.
Okay. Any other questions?
The primary, I will tell you, the primary focus from Woodard and Curran or Kimley Horn and DEP is ultimately your ratepayers. They want to make sure that your ratepayers are being predicted. Kimley Horn's an engineering firm that understands that their job is to serve ratepayers, and so does our firm. So I try to give you those assurances. Now, we can have some disagreements and we got to work them out, but I would say things are moving along. We've made good progress in the last 90 days. I think Deanna's done a really good job of keeping people engaged in the program and getting things pushed off of gridlock, and it's now moving in the right direction. So I have expectations that by the end of 25, that we're gonna have a pretty good progress report, and that in 26 or 27, we're gonna be talking about, what are you gonna do with getting that budget set and getting personnel hired and operating your collection system.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
Any other questions?
Any questions from you all? Any questions from the constituents in the audience? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Costello.
Thank you, Lori Costello. Do we know how much the capital facility charges that the city has to pay up front?
Can you speak to that, Mike?
We don't know the exact dollar amount. We know that it's 14.8% of the total construction cost, and we won't know what the total construction costs are until the
goes to
bids
bid.
come in to Newberry.
And I know this commission, there was several meetings ago, kind of went round and round and round. I think our agreement says that we are contracted through the capacity that you already have. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So you're going to be getting a new system, upgraded, additional, but we already have the contract set for the capacity that you already have. This is not contingent on any new capacity.
That is not correct.
No?
That-
Okay, because I know we went round and round and
That-
round one meeting.
That's not accurate.
No?
The capacity is guaranteed in Newberry's new treatment facility. And Newberry has often said, and I said it when I was working for Newberry, that at the time, if Archer is ready to come online, they see that they're gonna be ready to pump wastewater in 6 months, then Newberry is open to having a conversation about whether they have available capacity. I had that conversation recently with Newberry. They're same position, nothing has changed. That when Archer, they're not gonna commit any capacity to Archer today because there's still too many unknowns. They have no idea exactly when Archer might want it, and they don't know what projects are in their pipeline. But when Archer sees the light at the end of the tunnel and they know that they have wastewater plant flows coming online on this month, then they'll assess whether they have capacity and they'll make a determination then.
I think that's where the confusion came from, is
Lot.
when this started,
The interlocal agreement.
it was that we were guaranteed capacity when we got finished. Now, that was before all the financial problems we had, but that's not to say it was in the contract, okay? We were told that we were guaranteed capacity, even before the new construction. So, yeah, I know that I've been told, no, that's not necessarily true, it's if we have capacity. So,
Can manholes be in dirt roads? And where is manholes usually located in retrospect to the lift stations?
Manholes can be located in dirt road. I'd say that it's good engineering practice not to do so because dirt roads tend to settle out and you don't want your oil pan to get ripped off your car because the road settled. Manholes don't settle. And best road in town to learn that on is 53rd Street in Gainesville. If you are driving west from 13th Street, Home Depot, and you're headed toward 34th Street, there are some really wicked bumps in the road. Those are road settle, manhole didn't settle, and there's about 6 inches different there. So yeah, you can have manholes in unpaved roads, but there's some reasons that if you have them, you're gonna have to be paying particular attention to maintenance.
Okay.
And then the second question are, where are manholes in relationships to lift stations? They are upstream. Wastewater flows from manholes downhill to lift stations. Manhole spacing, typical manhole spacing is every 300 feet, which tends to line up with blocks. So usually a city block is somewhere between 300 and 350 feet long. Usually you have manholes at every intersection in a city block.
Don't need those speed bumps anymore, will we?
I missed that line.
Manholes are upstream.
Right.
Wastewater flows from manholes into a
To
lift
lift
station.
station.
And manholes are usually constructed every 300 to 350 feet apart, all the way from homes and neighborhoods, all the way to the lift station.
So there could be many.
Manholes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. My next question is, okay, so we have to construct our own collection system, correct?
Yes, ma'am, we got hard hats and shovels out now.
And how big is a collection system? How big?
It depends on, I mean, it's usually the populated area. Depends on the size of your subdivision, but it's the entirety of a subdivision or a neighborhood. You try to serve every resident. The collection system is the pipes that go from every individual home all the way to a lift station.
So how many collection systems would we need?
It's only one.
Only one, that's what I thought,
With the
okay.
help of the lift stations.
Okay, okay. But we don't know whether it's 20 by 20, 100 by 100, how big the lift station or
8 feet.
A lift station
Under-
is typically a 50 by 50,
area.
50 foot by 50 foot site. That's the industry standard.
Okay,
Manholes don't have a site. They're just a 4-foot diameter piece of concrete straight in the middle of a road. You already have lane rights because you own the road.
okay. Do you have any idea how much it costs to maintain the lift stations and the collection system? I mean, a totally rough estimate.
Gainesville Regional Utilities has a wastewater collection system that costs millions each year to maintain. The city of Newberry has a wastewater collection system that costs a few $100,000 a year to maintain. The best way to answer that is to say, take all of the year's revenues from your wastewater system and add it up, and that is probably about what it costs to maintain the system. You're in the break-even business. You try to generate enough revenue to cover all of your
Expenses.
And so we're gonna pay Newberry 70 to 80%
75 to 80%.
of their bill, and then we'll only get like
20
20
or 25%.
that we can charge the citizens.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you so much.
But that is the industry standard.
That's
It's
right.
not in a vacuum, and
Right.
like Gainesville Regional Utilities, 80% of their wastewater bill goes to the treatment plant, 20% goes to maintain their collection system. It's the industry standard.
And it's just a break even.
Break even.
It's a break-even
Break even,
business.
right. Thank you.
Mike,
Yes, ma'am.
we're talking about what's going to our citizens,
Yes, ma'am.
us. If we go with the grinder pump, they have to pay for the control panel and the grinder pump? Am I understanding this? Unless the
Yeah.
city takes care of it, which is.
Well, typically, the project pays to put it in initially, or the capacity charge pays for it initially.
Okay.
So, there's an upfront cost, and in Archer's case, most people that are starting up a wastewater collection system that are getting grants, they're applying a lot of those grants so that existing customers get a pretty good deal. They don't pay the
Yeah.
full cost, full freight and board of a capital charge. But yes, a new residence, not only will they pay a capacity charge at the wastewater plant, but they'll buy a grinder pump system and put it in at their home.
And that's
Even
part
if
of
you
the-
maintain it, they're gonna pay for it.
That's part of the impact fee.
That is
for-
the
For the
impact fee.
construction.
Correct.
So that's an upfront cost, but chances are that phase one won't have it paid for.
Correct.
Okay. And I've always heard, and I'm just going to have you confirm it maybe, you can basically say that your wastewater cost is gonna be twice what your water cost is.
That's a fair representation in today's market. I'd say you're pretty spot on with that.
Well, that's what it's looking like too. on
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
So, okay. Okay, I think I got, any more upfront costs for the citizens?
No, ma'am, not that I can think
Well,
of. I mean,
I've got a question, and this will be at the time we do the final assessment of phase one. We have residences that have a current septic tank system, and then they have a grease trap because the property's just lined up like that. Will the engineer of record make that final assessment of the number of hookups in phase one, or will that be in concert with Woodard and Curran and a review by Woodard and Curran?
I'd say the design that the engineer of record put forward is accounting for every property. And say there's 200 homes in phase one.
But i.e., they have a grease trap system and a septic tank system. And I'm not trying to put you up against the wall at all, but when we had representation from Kimley Horn, we got no straight answers that they would have to be notified that that resident or that property had such a thing for them to go out and assess that.
Some of those are just field changes. I don't think that there's
Okay.
ever been a design where someone got it exactly right, because a lot of this stuff's underground. You're relying on information from a property owner. So Kimley Horn is probably gonna be right
And
more
they
than
would
90.
determine whether they would need to abandon the one and just have the one hookup for that property, or, I mean.
Yeah,
would that-
they're just gonna need, unless it's a restaurant, they're gonna have one hookup.
Okay.
Restaurants
Right, you
have
answered
grease
my
traps that are separate, and
They'll abandon that or close that off and have just the one.
yeah, they'll go through the grease trap, and then it'll run into the common pipe that is coming from the kitchen and the
Okay.
restrooms off the property.
Okay.
One pipe leaving every property, except for, you have a big industrial complex here just west of us,
Or the
something like that,
restaurants,
you could
yeah.
see multiple site, points of access, but typically one parcel, one wastewater
Unless
pipe
it's a
coming off
commercial
the property.
Restaurant operation or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else?
No, but I appreciate you explaining it all.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bob.
Bob Kosicki, citizen. So we've been looking at this system forever, and Kimberly Horn was the ones doing it, and we had a wastewater citizens board, and during that we had parameters set up for all of this. Okay, and a lot of it was to do with costs, because we know the citizens of this city aren't like Gainesville or run by GRU or the rest of that stuff. Those original costs were somewhere around, depending on grants, which we understood, was 35 to 50 in that range. And then later, we changed from our own system to work with Newberry. Fine. But Kimberly Horn, that was only a specific area, correct? It's not all of Archer. Specific area where the main lines and everything are gonna be going in.
Phase one, yeah.
Phase one. And there's only so many lift stations. There was never any talk about a grinder at each home. Never. Never. Have you looked at the plans?
I'm happy to clarify, and I'll apologize if I created any confusion.
No.
I'm not suggesting, nor do I believe, that there will be a grinder pump station at every home. I can't think of any wastewater collection system that eventually doesn't end up with some grinder pump stations, and I was trying to kind of give a generic overview of what a wastewater system, and I imagine that you've heard people speak about grinder pump stations, and I was showing you, depicting what one might look like in someone's yard. So they're not nearly as big as the lift station. But my understanding, and no, I haven't reviewed your collection system drawings. My understanding is that you're getting a gravity system, which is going to be, 4-inch pipes leaving houses, 8-inch pipes between concrete manholes that all drain to a lift station, which is a big grinder pump station.
Right.
6 and 8 foot diameter, 30 feet down, with two big pumps that pump to a treatment plant. That's my understanding of the system that Kimberly Horn has designed.
Thank you, Mike.
I appreciate that. And the other thing was, when it gets hooked up, there was a cost, not a cost to the person as long as they did it during that phase. Is that still the same there?
That's my understanding.
Yes.
That's what I just understood Mike say too. During phase one, they won't get the charge.
Right.
But
we might in phase 2 or 3.
And when we forecast phase two, because of affordability, again, construction costs and all that, it may or may not include a hookup.
See, because when you're talking about costs and some area, there may be people that say, you know what, I can't afford that. As much as we need a sewer system, and I agree, there may be people that say they can't do it. Is there gonna be some way to help these people or do whatever? That's my next question, is how are we gonna help the people that can't? Because they're on limited incomes and they can't, this is a cost that's not part of their bill, that they wouldn't know how to take care of that. Some may not. So it's another thought in this process.
And one, I'm not going to sit up here and guarantee, without looking at Kimberly Horn's design, that capacity charges are guaranteed for existing residents. I understand that that's aspirational. I also understand that that likely is covered. But as we get the design, there's still an off-ramp. That question will be answered affirmatively before you authorize construction. That I give you full assurances for. You're not going to get halfway through this and someone surprise you with an expense. We're going to be very upfront with that. But so know the answer to that before this goes to construction and before you incur any significant debt. Now, you have to pay for some design fees. Yeah, you know, you've made a big investment, but nothing near the investment of a wastewater system. All of this.
In the future, I mean, in the
That's
future
correct.
development in Archer. I mean, because example I have, my mother lived on Northeast Ninth Street the year Howard Bishop was built. And there was an impact fee for that. That was a project home neighborhood from this early 60s. And my mother was a newly, a new widow, and she was freaking out because they gave her an impact fee of so much per foot. And GRU existed back then, or the city of Gainesville, and they said how they could do a long-term assessment fee add-on to the bill. And that's what my mother paid for almost 10 years in that home on Northeast Ninth Street. And that's how it happened. And I don't remember because I was a child, but I remember there wasn't a choice. It was going to be an assessment fee, I guess, like an impact fee on the monthly bill per foot for that fee cost.
That's a great memory. That's exactly how it happened. And
my mother blamed it on Howard Bishop, and I went there. So it wasn't the school, it was just the need of development.
But both Alachua and Newberry, they still have their assessment books in their vault where you can go in, and occasionally there's some lot downtown that gets sold and someone wants to pull a building permit, and somebody remembers, well, they paid the assessment 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Sure enough, you look it up in the book. So the answer, I can't give you the sure answer, but I can say that communities have been solving this. No one has the cash to drop out big money. So they typically, city government can afford to do those long-term loans, and they just add it to the monthly sewer bill as an assessment for a period of time. And that's our job and your job, is to, as we face those challenges, figure out what's most economical and what's best for your ratepayers before we make decisions to spend the big kind of money, and come up with what works best for your
And
community.
certainly as we proceed with phase 2, phase 3, or whatever, to
Correct.
complete the wastewater collection system. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, sir.
Hello, Gene Arnold. Kind of a lot to unpack here.
Sounds like a town hall meeting.
Appreciate your narrative. Nice to look at. It's pretty. April 2024, the design and permit were 95% complete, best estimate. I don't know who makes that estimate and where they are. It sounds like, I think they ended up finishing at some point, I guess in the summer of 2024, and then they applied for the permit, but then they got questions back and they never answered them,
I have not answered.
if I'm following along correctly.
Yes, sir.
And they're not going to answer them until we pay them, or until we get an agreement with the attorney and their attorney, which hasn't been done yet, and I'm a bit shocked by that. But apparently those things take a lot of time. I don't know. Is there, and you probably won't answer, but is there any kind of idea when that agreement might be commenced or completed? Is that a week away? Is that 2 weeks away? Is it 6 months away?
Can you speak to that, Madam Attorney?
We do not have a understanding between everyone, so as soon as we have an understanding, it will be very quick because we have a draft agreement, but we do not have a meeting of the minds. As soon as we do have that, it will be expeditiously created.
Okay, so in short, that's not good news. The fact that that Kimley Horn is not answering, we're going nowhere as far as moving forward. That's just the reality of it. What's crazy to me is it has question million construction costs estimated. So who determines that? Is that something you said that you're going to figure out, or you're going to ask Kimley Horn, or where do we go from there on that?
Mr. Mayor, the things he's alluding to in my slide deck were things that I put together. Kimley Horn was hired to design this, And I have not communicated directly with Kimley Horn about where they are because there's a dispute. And in the middle of the dispute, it's inappropriate from an engineer from one firm to call an engineer from another firm and start asking them all these
When there are
questions.
negotiations.
So I believe that Kimley Horn has a probable construction estimate because they have submitted the design for a permit by DEP. And that tells me that it's more than 95% complete, because it needs to be about complete to submit. They're expecting a permit from the thing. And that that would be the appropriate phase for them to develop an estimate of probable cost. But I haven't asked Kimley Horn for it. I don't think that Deanna and her records have it. So I've just acknowledged in my presentation that there are some unknowns about what's going on with Kimley Horn, the work that they've been performing. And I didn't want to miscommunicate to the commission that I knew something that I didn't. So that's the way I displayed it today. Was I'm certain there's a construction estimate, but I don't know what it is. And I know that in 2024, they applied for a permit. I thought it was around April of 2024, but if it was June, you know, I think in June or July of 2025, whether it was April or June of 24, yeah, I'm willing to be incorrect about that. I know sometime it was mid-year last year, and I know that the whole thing got put on brakes because DEP had questions and Kimley Horn has not responded to those questions.
And the questions are generated from their
Correct.
estimates for the construction.
Correct.
I mean,
Okay, but we still don't know when they're gonna answer, how soon afterward. And I know that she started talking about quarters and maybe September, October, which was unbelievable
is it all
that she would
it is?
even
Is it
say that.
September, October cycle, yeah. So,
And then Mr. New says, awaiting FDEP authorization to proceed, expected August 2025. Does that mean the permit's issued? Is that what that means? Or is there some other FDEP authorization to proceed?
You're referring to the Newberry treatment plant portion of the project.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
If that's what you're reading.
Just says
that's referring-
treatment facility update.
That's right, that's the treatment.
So we're talking Newberry.
That's Newberry.
Got it.
Their funder, the lender is DEP. They have hearings every quarter to decide which projects have completed all the check boxes and that they're gonna fund for construction. Newberry believes they have checked all the boxes and they're on the agenda for approval in August of this year, 2025. And so we are under the impression that that project gets approved by DEP and they're authorized to move forward with construction. It will
or
take-
answer any questions that they may have in that review process in August.
Yet the board, the approval board typically doesn't ask a lot of questions. DEP staff is through with the review.
Okay.
They're giving us the thumbs up. So this is really, this approval board is saying there's enough money in the program to fund that project. Newberry, you're ready to go. And anybody else that's on that list, they're ready to go. There's 3 to 4 months worth of the attorneys hashing out the funding agreement. And we anticipate that by January of 26, that will be through. As soon as that agreement is hammered out, the project goes to bid. And it'll be out for bid and we'll have those bids in and we'll have a contractor ready to go by July of 26. And as soon as that's ready, as soon as we have that contract hammered out, we're gonna take it to the city commission and they're gonna say, do it. And simultaneously, they're gonna submit an invoice to Archer and say, we've got bids, here's our contractor, here's your 14.8%, send us a check. When you get that letter from Newberry, or that invoice for Newberry, you're gonna push it to Tallahassee and say, we've been invoiced, and Tallahassee's gonna write you a check, and you're gonna push it to Newberry.
Okay, but right now, we don't know what, we're on the hook for 14.8% of something.
Correct.
And there's a range of between 10 and 12 million, could be 14 million, could be 20 million. We're not really sure, but we got an idea,
We have a,
range.
they have an engineer's expectation, probable estimate, just like I said, you have for your wastewater collection system. I've never seen it. So that engineer developed a probable cost between X and Y, and then I multiplied that by 14.8%, and I came up with 10 to 12 million.
Got it. And this is the city of Newberry's schedule. However, we're not really sure when the city of Archer is going to put theirs out for bid and when
Contingent
it,
on Kimley Horn answering those questions and getting what they're gonna get in August with theirs, because they've got the check off.
but with Newberry starting potentially in July and taking 2 years, I wouldn't think that Archer would take that long. And to Ms. Costello's point, and I think, there was a city hall or at the town hall, it was discussed briefly. I feel like Archer has a sense of urgency. This is important to Archer. We don't have wastewater. They're just getting more wastewater. We could very well be done sooner. And then maybe they have capacity, maybe they don't. So, bit of an unknown. And then the last question is, and I understand you're probably one of the higher ups at Woodward and Curran. Maybe you're vice president, I have no idea. You might be an owner, I have no idea, okay? I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, I'm gonna say you're one of the owners. With that said, who's gonna review the plans? Because it didn't sound like you've done it. So is someone from Woodward and Curran going to be looking at the Kimley Horn plan and getting into it and figuring out what's maybe right, wrong, I could go on and on.
Well, one, to be clear, I'm as low as you get on the totem pole. I'm a new employee there.
You're not the engineer of record.
Last hire, so not close to ownership. When those plans are produced, because I really enjoy construction, I'm gonna review it and understand them. But I would tell you that, and Archer can hire Woodard and Curran to do a thorough review of those for constructability. But that'll take a couple hundred hours, and it'll come with an invoice.
Okay.
My position as someone that's been in city government is I paid an engineer, a qualified engineer, they got a permit. I'm going with that because I know every 2 engineers design something subtly different. I've done plan review. When a new subdivision comes to town, I review the plans, and I spent my whole career saying I wouldn't design it that way. But he designs it, he signs and seals it, fine. If it won't fail, it's not imminent failure, I'm not gonna change it. I'm gonna let that.
It's an engineer of record.
Yeah. That's my approach to the plan review. I'm willing to do whatever our client is willing to pay me for, but I think that Kimley Horn is competent. I think the design will be just fine. And I think that during construction, during the bid process, contractors, there are a lot of really good utility contractors that would be bidding on this type of work. They're gonna raise issues as they see them. And we're gonna assess them. We won't make the final call because we're not the engineer of record, but we'll have a conversation with Kimley Horn and say, hey, someone brought up a really good point. We put an SDR 35 feet below, SDR 35 pipe, and it's below 14 feet. And typically, the pipe will fail at that depth. I know that. I recommend that we go to SDR 26, but engineer of record, I'm expecting you to concur with that.
It's like the example of the 2 lift stations side by side and come to an agreement.
It's hand-holding as I articulated.
And I agree. And to your point, though, once contractors are reviewing and going through the plans, they're essentially doing quality control. That's what most civil contractors do. They look at a set of plans and they ask a ton of questions.
To save money.
And maybe they can answer some of those, but some of them may be because of errors and omissions. And Kimley Horn should fix those problems for free. They should not be charging to clean up their plans. So that would be a distinction that we should not be paying 2 engineers. They should fix their design if their design has clear omissions and errors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor. And I do understand that Mr. Arnold is frustrated, we all are. Kirsten, I don't care how long it takes if you've got our back in this. You take care of us.
Correct. We're working on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Roberto Lopez. First of all, I think what's been said about the the sewer system and everything is very, very important. But I also feel that this should have been a workshop. There's too many questions and too many unanswered ones, and I think when we bring him back, or whoever we need to bring back, it needs to be in workshop form. Because this is, he doesn't seem to have a lot of answers. And so he need to go back and come back, and when he does, then we need to have a workshop.
Duly noted, thank you.
We have been sitting here with other things, and we have one meeting a month. And we should not have a sewer workshop in this meeting.
Duly noted, thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Dr. Sicky's right. There was a lot of discussion about the grinder pumps or not. Y'all find out what a grinder pump is. It's gonna be a little thing sitting in people's yards
With a little
that
light
the
on.
mowers are gonna run over. And they're gonna be, the people may be responsible for them, but they're gonna say the city ran over it. Look at our fiber optic poles. They're everyone down in the city when they were up for like 3 months. So check on that.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Welcome. Thank you.
Heather Roberts with Kimley Horn. Just wanted to say, I know you all asked us to provide some information after the last meeting, and we provided that same information within the same week. We've been working with the city attorney and the city manager regularly over the past month to try to bring this item to resolution. And just today, we heard additional information that you all wanted to take a different approach with the plan. So happy to work with Mike. Look forward to talking to you further so we can figure out how to get this project moving forward for the city. But we've been trying since last meeting to close the loop on this and get this all moving forward for y'all.
And I have a question. The questions from August of '24, has the team at Kimley Horn addressed any of those to DEP? Any of them, of the 2 pages of questions I had? I'm not trying to put you up against the wall, but it just, I mean, last time it was maybe this cycle, maybe next cycle. Are we any further with addressing those August 24 questions from DEP for their review?
The short answer there, I think, is no, unfortunately. So last fall, we stopped work on the project due to non-payment. We were paused while the city was catching up on payments. And then at the last commission meeting in June, you all asked me to provide an estimate of how much it would take and how long it would take to go ahead and do those responses to comments, which we gave to the city. And then we asked for notice to proceed and move forward, which we did not receive. And now the ask is not just to move forward with that DEP submittal, but to go ahead and complete design plans. And so I do think we'll have to circle back with the city attorney, with the city manager, and with your new consultant to figure out how that proceeds.
And so do you have any idea at 30,000 feet, that timeline, that's any closer than the last time when we might meet this cycle, or we might be in October?
It all depends on when we start. And so what we had told the city attorney and the city manager was that it would take approximately $5,000 and about 2 weeks to do the work, which is really not a lot. We expected to then receive a notice to proceed from city staff or from the city commission, which we did not proceed. And so without your authorization to move forward, we have not moved forward.
With answering this question?
That's correct.
And the cost would be $5,000?
Correct.
On top of
Has that been submitted as a potential work order for us to review?
We shared that to the city manager and the city attorney, I believe on June 12th, and asked for a notice to proceed and agreement.
On June 12th?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that's part of, I'm sorry, Madam Attorney, that's part of the negotiations that are now ongoing?
That is part of the
I mean,
negotiation.
just at 30,000 feet, you don't have to share, but, so that's where we've gone from June 12th.
Part of what we're working on is determining where Kimley Horn's work will stop. So without the answer to that question, moving forward on any other
And that's
piece
part of
has
the
not been authorized by
negotiation,
this commission.
and all due
Yes, that is
respect to
correct.
your position in this, but it just, you see what's happening here though, and respect at 50,000 feet, it's just belaboring itself, and so I hope negotiations go somewhere.
I mean, we've taken every effort to follow up with the city
Thank you for
regularly
letting me
during
know
this
it's June
month
12th.
and try to move this forward and get us out your hair so y'all can move forward. So we're
Well,
trying.
Engineer Records, we'll be partners forever with this project of record, but.
Well, that's the new request that came up today. That was
Okay.
brand new today, and so
Thank
we'll
you
have
for
to
that
circle back.
information. Now, you've just
Certainly.
availed me of things that we didn't know where we were on the chessboard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for listening. Yes, sir, Mr. Lewandowski.
Yeah, good evening. So at some point, all these questions are going to be answered. at some point, hopefully. So one of the things I'm concerned about, though, is a business plan. We didn't really have one for the water system, and we see the problems we're having. There needs to be a business plan. I'm not sure who's going to write it for you, because it's going to be a world-class business plan. You've got depreciation you have to worry about, you have cost of money, you have labor, all types of things that are going to come into this thing. Plus you have some moving targets in terms of you may have some grant money, may not have some grant money. So you need to figure out sooner rather than later who's going to do that.
Yes, sir.
Because if you don't have that, we're going to have some major problems from get-go. So you have to have that. The second thing, and I brought this up several times, is you need to decide who is going to be the project person here. I mean, I don't see how Deanna can handle that along with everything else she has to do.
Absolutely.
Because it's a big deal. He's going to have to do a lot of work, obviously, because that's what they're getting paid for. But he can't do everything for the city. So there needs to be a project person at the city. Now, whether you form another commission or however you want to work it, project person, business plan. And you really need to start having some hard discussions on how you're going to approach those two things.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, your facility, your business plan is already written. It's referred to as facility plan. And so the general business plan has already been written.
Okay.
That business plan was written a long time ago, with a whole different, I've seen it, it was years ago, with a whole different set of assumptions. And so, a lot of those assumptions are not valid. Lots of things have changed. We need a current business plan for the current situation that takes into account current assumptions.
Maybe like a sewer
And
committee
facts.
resurrection? Yes, sir.
Yes.
Hello again. Real quick, the funding update, this is a good thing. Archer applied for $38 million federal hurricane relief grant, award announcement August 2025. Is that for that's a new grant that you guys did? Thank you for that. Not sure what's gonna come about.
I don't want to take full credit of that. The initiation of that came from Archer's staff. Deanna is the one that put us on that.
Okay,
We worked with Deanna to develop that application.
good job. Dan. Did it come from Kimley Horn? Okay, I'm just checking. I'm just asking a question. March 2025, Archer applied for a $9 $1 million septic.
Correct.
Come from you guys?
Came from Deanna. We filled out the application.
Deanna, well done. Okay, well, even still, kudos. Not sure what questions were asked. It comes back to errors and omissions. Now, if Kimley Horn was asked to do additional work for I understand. Pay them to do additional work to finish. I think when we had this meeting last time, it was $28,000 or something. I think Commissioner Penny, or on top, we talked about that briefly. But if it's being held hostage for, you got to pay us $5,000 to answer these questions on our design that maybe wasn't complete, or the FDEP's asking questions, that's a problem. That's
where I'm at.
And I guess maybe that's why we're hoping that the attorney is going to do some attorneying and take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care of it.
Anyone else? Thank you very much, Mike. Get ready for another town hall meeting soon. To probably repeat this and maybe have additional information. So, thank you. All right. Next is public announcements. Anyone have any?
Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
I do have one announcement, and I didn't want to, it was a long presentation. When we submitted on Archer's behalf that grant for $38 million for wastewater funding, it was accompanied by two other grant applications, one for water, and Deanna has the dollar amount because I can't remember it. Is it in that handout? It was in excess of $10 million for water system improvements, and there was a grant application. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So No, it was not in excess of 10 million. It was $8.5 million for water main and water system improvements. We also prepared for submission a grant application to upgrade the stormwater system in Holly Hill subdivision for $5.75 million. So the city of Archer had, if I can do the math, that's 47 million. $50 to $53 million worth of grant applications went in.
At the federal level.
It's federal funding. They gave the money to the state. They gave the state $1.3 billion. And the state is allocating it. It's the same DEP that we go through for all of our other funding requests. But Archer turned in $53 million worth of grant requests a week or so ago. Again, it doesn't commit you to anything. Anytime someone applies for grants on your behalf, if for whatever reason you don't want to move forward with it, you can say no. We don't recommend it, but you can say no. This particular grant, the program is set up to be a 50-50 match. However, they do 100% funding for economically challenged communities, and we have studied your demographics, and we think you would be applicable for the 100% funding.
Yes.
So with with some good luck and with strong applications that we think we submitted, we have the city of Archer is going to be tuned up for another $53 million in funding here in the next couple months.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you again.
Any other
Yeah,
announcements?
Deanna.
Thank you very much.
You too.
Announcements?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to put a couple of dates out in front of you so that you can be looking ahead. Next month, on August 15th, we're going to have the free community dinner at the First Archer United Methodist Church. So put it on your calendar early, Iris.
I got you.
And we're going to be having a taco bar. We're also going to be doing something to collect for back to school for the children. So we'll have some more details to follow on that. But another date that's going to be way ahead, but sort of put this one out there too. October 11th, we are going to be doing an arts and crafts fair. We're going to have vendors with their arts that they've done as well as their crafts. And we are going to be looking for vendors. So if you know anybody who's artsy and craftsy, just have them get hold of either Pastor Melissa, Jennifer, or myself, and we will let them know all the details, and we'll have more details to follow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do have August 15th free, but October 11th I have a date. So I'm putting it in my calendar anyway.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
She cares.
Announcements?
Let me announce something.
Go ahead.
I'll wait.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Lopez.
Yes, I have an announcement, and it's good news. I think I mentioned one time to some of you that I had applied for a abandoned cemetery grant. Well, it's official from Tallahassee, and we have $50,000.
Very good.
That's gonna clean up the rest of the trees at the cemetery and do ground penetration on approximately 80% of the grounds.
Good.
So we can determine approximately how many people are buried there. I'm proud to say that I wrote the grant and my board members approved it. And it's nobody else's stuff in it, in case y'all hear that.
Congratulations.
If you know what I mean.
Ms. Skinner, what were the times for the 15th and the 11th? Did you
It was
say
the 13th,
those?
wasn't it?
August 15.
The 15th is going to be 5:30 to 7 with karaoke to follow as normal.
Okay.
And on October 11th, it's going to be 10 to 2.
10 to 2. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay.
I do,
Oh, announcements?
just for recreation. Fall ball signups have started and will go till September 1st. Yep. Right? Sure. So it's T-ball, baseball, softball.
And it goes to what?
September the 1st.
For sign up?
And I am putting together a health fair for August the 9th from 10 to 1. So I'm
Do you
getting
have
that
a
together.
flyer started? or not?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to work on it tonight. Well, I was gonna work on it tonight, but tomorrow definitely.
Okay.
When you get it done,
I'll
Yeah.
email it to y'all.
To
Deanna and
Yeah, could you
thank you.
put that on the website?
Or if you put it on Facebook, I'll share it.
I definitely will put it on Facebook. I'm gonna save the date on there.
Okay. What about bringing in the building?
I talked to them today, Miss Lopez. I talked to them and they're coming and they're gonna be serving hot dogs.
Good.
I got you. I'll listen to you.
Anyone else for announcements? All right, public comment period.
I guess I will. I need to go home and see about my man.
Anyway, but I don't need to go right now because I have something to say. Roberta Lopez again. June 9th, meeting minutes. Item 6, new business letter to USDA. Commissioner White made a motion to send a letter to USDA and then it was seconded by Vice Mayor Bailey. I was able to request a copy of that from the attorney, and I was a little bit disappointed because of what was said in that particular draft. And this was a draft. And oh, by the way, too, I know that that is dead right now, and it didn't go out, found that out. But the thing that bothers me right now is I don't know where we are going with the Archer Community Center. On the 19th of May, Deanna wrote to USDA, Miss Stephanie Hodges. She said, I will send you the Orkin report as soon as I receive the information. While I have you, could we discuss the possibility of relocating City Hall to the City Community Center, or, and this is what got to me, selling it? It has never been discussed about selling that building in this room. On your surplus, on your recommendations for revenue, it never mentions selling it. I looked through all of the minutes, all the notes, so I want to know, why would you write that?
Yes, ma'am, if you just share, please.
I was just putting out feelers is all. I mean, I got
As
raked over the
potential
coals
ways
at a
to
meeting
recover
about
from-
why I didn't do background stuff,
So-
so I
It
was
was a
trying to
list
do
of-
prep stuff.
So
way
that's
back
fine,
when.
you took off her time while she's answering, fine. What I'm asking all of you, what are your intentions? Are you planning to sell the Archer Community Center?
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
Deanna brought this to my attention when she was trying to figure out ways to bring in money. And you can take me off her time, but at any rate, when she mentioned what we were gonna do with the community center, I said, I have no desire to sell it. I have no desire to. So, I'm sure that that's probably where she said she got raked over the coals. I didn't rake her over the coals, but I did say.
No, she got raked over the coal during the meeting. But
Okay,
go ahead.
well, I did say I'm not, because I believe it could be utilized in the event we have to have a city hall. I've said that several times.
But selling it has never been, Joni, excuse me.
And that's what I said.
Excuse me.
That's why it never came before
Excuse
us,
me, I
Roberta.
have to get, no. This should have never, ever happened. This should not have happened. I don't want to hear no defense about, did you know that this was written about selling it? Do you know anything that has been mentioned to you, Commissioner Green, that they were going to sell the community center?
I don't think anybody necessarily said about selling it. I think Deanna was just throwing out some, actually saying some ideas.
No,
about
but you're not
bringing in some
answering my
revenue.
question. Did
But
you-
not necessarily, nobody never said, didn't actually sell the
Did
center.
anybody in this audience ever hear anything about selling the community center? I can kind of go along with maybe moving into it. but
Ms.
selling it,
Lopez.
No.
if you followed since that list, we have now by consensus in this group determined that the action we would take with that asset would be possibly to convert it into a city hall with
Exactly.
multi-purpose. That's where we've gone from the list of selling all the things we're talking about to this is where we are now.
But you never mentioned nowhere, anywhere, that you were gonna sell the community
It
center.
was on a
And I
list.
can understand why, Commissioner White would wanna sell it, because she said she never wanted it anyway. You never wanted it.
You know what? Point of order, Ms. Lopez,
Never said she wasn't selling.
as well as Commissioner White, you do not have to defend yourself on this. This is a progression of what we've talked about moving forward. It's not permission, it's just civility at this point as we recover financially.
No transparency.
Ms. Lopez? Yes, ma'am.
Karen Fiore.
Yes, ma'am.
So you guys had your budget workshop. Unfortunately, I
first
wasn't able to attend, and you didn't record it because I guess you don't record your workshops. But speaking to your citizens that did attend, it was not very informative. Not much came out of that. So now I see that you have your proposed max millage on the agenda today, and your resolution only has 2 additional dates. So my question is, are you planning on having any other budget meetings? Or is those gonna be your only 2, your first and second reading? So that's my
Now,
question.
we will determine a second workshop that will have additional financial information that will include a determination of the millage that we are addressing tonight.
So you're telling me that the 2 September meetings, you're having an additional meeting prior to that?
A workshop, a second
Okay.
workshop, yes, ma'am.
So your commission today is going to approve a max millage based on what?
An MSTU decision that will be this evening, whether we're going to continue that or not.
Well, I think it's too late to discontinue that, so I don't think that's gonna
Not
be a
for the
decision.
next
For this
financial
year. For next year. It's for the next year.
So you're gonna have a discussion about canceling the police services?
The
And that will give
MSTU.
you more, higher millage?
And a savings to the ratepayers, yes, ma'am.
Okay, but where are the numbers? Where's your presentation saying, here is the proposed budget and here's the deficit that we need to make up, so therefore we need to increase the millage?
We don't have that this evening for you to review.
Okay, so when we get to the resolution, I have not a lot, I have like 3 issues with
Okay.
the resolution and your wording.
Okay.
Because you specifically state that the interim city manager has provided you with a tentative budget. The tentative budget won't be until your September reading, but your proposed tentative budget should be today, and I don't see anything out there, and that language needs to be straight.
Thank you, ma'am.
And then the last thing, before I still have time, I don't understand why on the Public Works activity log, I noticed it a couple times. Why do they write that they delivered agendas to the commissioners? Why would we be having an employee in Public Works doing such a thing?
Thank you.
Hello again, Gene Arnold. First of all, July 4th came and went. We didn't have any kind of fireworks show. That's disappointing. I understand why. Hopefully next year, we will be financially able to do that. Because it's a nice thing to do that I think a lot of people look forward to. Publicly, I'd like to thank Karen for all that she does. She really dives into resolutions and the legality and asks some really good questions that she wasn't here for the budget, and that was too bad because she is a budget guru. With that said, I too was wondering when the next meeting was, and it wasn't published yet or determined. I hope that's determined sometime tonight, maybe.
You're talking about the second workshop?
Yes, sir. With that spirit, we really need to, and I know that Deanna was doing Doge, but we need a profit and loss. We need a balance sheet. We need to know what the financial health is of where we're trending and how we've done so
numbers.
far this year.
By numbers.
And I don't mean to be negative, and I don't mean to give anyone a hard time, but that's just something that we really need
Yes, sir.
to understand and needs to be a priority. Now, I know that we're gonna do a thing for Dallas, and hopefully he can spend a lot more time. For the budget, he created it was a neat PowerPoint, but it just didn't have any meat associated with it.
Yes, sir.
Rather than pie charts, he needs to be doing bank reconciliations and profit and loss and understanding and getting into the minutia of the
budget.
financial
A
books.
preliminary budget, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, thank you. Have a good evening.
Lori Costello Citizen. Again, please put the stuff that's coming out on Monday meeting Thursday so we have a few days to look it over.
Yes, ma'am.
You know,
Duly noted.
I wasn't able to ask all my questions because I had just put my eyes on it. And I mean, it's just, we're getting more and more information not included on the packet on Thursdays. And it shouldn't be like that.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that Commissioner White is reviewing the time cards. I would really like an update. I want to know how that flexible scheduling is going. I want to know if we paid overtime, call-out time, on-call, because up to the last meeting, we were paying massive amount of everything. And we didn't need to do that at all, not at all. Since we're not having the second meeting on financials, we need to have more updates on financials at this meeting. Okay? The citizen, you owe it to us to let us know where we're at. So I would like an update on the surplus property. We have the grader and the dump truck. I don't know if we have the senior center out there for surplus property. Did we sell it? Did we get any money? I mean, we should be able to get these kind of updates. We shouldn't have to come up here and ask for it. The letter from Doge, it wasn't included in the packet. Okay? Doesn't the commission need to have something like that? We would like to see it. The advisory committee was supposed to be on this commission meeting. It's not on the agenda, but it was tabled for this commission meeting. Okay, what happened? I asked a question about the new gate of Public Works. It's a new gate. I seen the old gate upside the building there was nothing wrong with it. I know that new gate is a very expensive gate. I'd like to know when we bought it and how much it was. I want to update it on the housing assemblies that we ordered. The dogs on 167th Street, my rental house is for sale. Those dogs come over when somebody comes. Okay, they're 2 pit bulls. Something needs to be done, and the ball got dropped. I know you sent a code violation. He has 3 code violations that needs to be completed, please. I mean, it's just, there's a lady that lives on that street that will not come out of her house because, one reason, those dogs, okay? It's bad, all right? I would also like to know, over the last several years, we have gave massive amount of raises to some of the employees. One employee got over a 50% raise. Periodically, like a bunch periodically, raises. I got the sheet of paper if y'all want to see it. The other person got over a 20% raise in a year and a half. Okay? Those are the 2 employees that I know about. So I think that we need to go back, and these people that got these massive raises, we need to go back and if they got more than 3% a year, we need to cut it down to 3% a year. There's no reason a small city like this should be given those kind of raises. And then you wonder why we're in the situation that we're in? Well, the raises, the overtime, the on-call, it all costs a lot of money. The parking lot was never finished. I noticed the cars were parked where the lines were, that was right up against the fence, and then another row of cars. I don't know how they got out. Something needs to be done with that parking lot. I really don't know how anybody got out. Well, those cars that are parked in those parking spaces, people that don't ever come here, and their first time, they're gonna park, but then they're parked in. So, I mean, I'm sure the guys can get out with yellow paint and do something,
Okay.
you know, for a very low cost. So if my questions could be answered, that would be great. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for your interest. Anyone else? The calendar.
Yes, sir. So right at the moment, we just have the city commission meeting on Monday, August 11th
Okay.
at 6 PM. And then for the budget workshop, whatever dates you guys want.
Could
we'll
we
just have to
determine
get
that
with-
at this point so that everybody gets
If
the
Dallas
calendar?
is still listening, yeah.
Right.
Dallas should be listening. so
He's
yes.
listening?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To be able to avail himself or provide information, it would be more than what we've had now. Okay. What's the pleasure of the dais and days? Want to keep it to a Monday?
I don't mind, but I'm not available next week from the 21st through the 26th. I'm not available.
First week in August? Before your health fair?
Oh,
I know you're planning for that.
no, that's after my health fair, so I'm working on that.
Just a night.
And
Well, our
please give
our
us any
meeting
of
is on the
Dallas's input
11th.
on what his calendar looks like as well, because it's a moot point if, one, he doesn't have the time to proceed financially with information we need.
Just a reminder, I know it might not matter, but with the audit, it's gonna be starting August 12th. It's on my report. So that's the other thing that's gonna be compiling. We have another Doge request, as you've seen. So we'll do, of course, whatever.
And
we
that's all
can.
due on the 27th, isn't it?
The Doge is due next Monday.
Next Monday.
And then
Yeah, well,
Justin's on vacation for for 2 weeks.
the what?
Justin's on vacation for 2 weeks, so when he comes back, the auditors will be here. So I'm just letting you know, we're probably gonna have to do some overtime, and I know Lori just said that, but we don't have a choice.
The-
There's 3 of us, and there's 3 of us in public work.
Okay, Are contracted auditors or
No, Colin Jones, yes, sir, they'll be ready.
Alan Jones will start next
August 12th.
August
Through the
12th?
21st, I think is what my sheet says.
So
I was just
what
letting you
about
know
the
is all.
28th through, July 28th through August 1st, or are you guys?
Is there an opening there for you, Vice Mayor? Between
Yeah.
For the audit.
Yeah, that's
I
what,
was thinking.
yeah, not August, July 28th
July.
to August 1st. Yes, I'll be home. I should be back by then. So which,
Is that any of those dates available for you?
Monday is fine.
What is July 28th, the Monday?
Yes, it's a Monday. It's fine with me.
You okay?
I'm good, I have no life.
You what? Have no life? That's
I
good.
do not have a life.
so are we going with that Monday, the 28th?
Is Dallas availing himself? Okay.
He did have to present tonight.
Oh,
He what? I'm sorry.
he had to present in Newberry.
Present and be very, so I'm just waiting. Oh, he's good whenever. So he's good whenever, just not on a Newberry meeting night. Our workshop
So
is
is
on
that-
Wednesday.
Is that Monday?
Yeah,
They have a second meeting on Monday, or are they
I don't know, but that's what, they have their meetings on
on
Monday.
Monday?
They have a Board of Adjustment meeting that night, but I don't believe that Dallas is required to attend this.
What kind of meeting?
Board of Adjustment.
Okay.
And I was gonna say, well, what's wrong with Tuesday, the 29th?
It doesn't matter to me.
Is that easier for Dallas? It gives him an additional day or whatever.
30th. Tuesday was my craziest day at work.
Okay.
If it doesn't matter with him whether it's Monday or Tuesday, we'll go with July 28th.
Wednesday is good. Either day I can make it.
Okay,
Too,
all right.
He said I'm good whenever, as long as,
Okay, but
as long as it doesn't overlap.
by consensus, July 28th, 6 PM? Okay,
July 28th.
yes, ma'am. It's our second workshop, budget workshop.
6 p.m.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right. Moving,
Will we have information in advance?
hopefully, yes?
Yes. Dallas said that. Dallas said that works. And
That works.
That would be the plan.
Yes. Okay, moving on, old business, resolution number 2025-04, agreement between the city and online information services, tabled from February 10th meeting.
Mr. Mayor, this is resolution number 2025-04, a resolution of the City of Archer, Florida, approving that certain agreement between the city and Online Information Services, Inc. for providing collection services for the city, making certain findings of fact in support of the city, approving said agreement, recognizing the authority of the mayor to execute and bind the city to said agreement, directing the mayor to execute and bind the city to said agreement, repealing all prior resolutions in conflict, and providing an effective date. This is the agreement that we talked about back in February. Regarding the company that will come in and do the collections of your overdue utility bills. So they take a percentage.
50%.
50%
50%.
of what it is that they collect, but you don't have an independent fee to them unless we feed them knowingly wrong information regarding someone's credit information. So, up for your discussion.
Okay. So they receive 50% of what they collect without our staff involvement, as long as it's correct information.
So I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Deanna, I know we've discussed this a couple times, and I know that you and the guys were finding accounts. So I kind of feel like at this point, we're spending money for something that you guys are already in the process of doing. I also feel like we may not be ready for this right now, but I want to hear from you. What do you think this is beneficial at this point, or is this something you think we could wait on?
I know, this one's rough because yes, we want to collect the money, but I just hate to give half our money, the little bit of money we do have away, so that's
Well, and
tough
here,
for me.
here's my other, I mean, I was just thinking, like Vice Mayor was thinking about that. We have in the last 2 years, and I respect Tangi fully as the dedicated utility person on these outstanding bills, and our predecessor that we no longer have as an administrator. But we would go to that average billing and lose the collection process. It eased or gave some autonomy for Tangi to be able to negotiate with people. She still gets berated as she talks about it, that class. We have you as an interim manager that can take a different road, but I think we were taking the easy road with average billing. Every time somebody has a leak, and I'm representing my church, we just had an astronomical 12 to 1,500 gallons a day in a loss. If that was 2 years ago, it would have been just average billing, and don't worry about it. We paid the bill, not because the city's in a hardship, it's the way it should be. I think about rental property that I had in Chiefland, and Chiefland as a municipality, in no way did they considered it when my wife and I went and pleaded our case, but we ended up having to pay the $6,000 water bill for that rental property before it was discovered. It was a major underground leak on the property side. So it depends on the municipality, how rigid we are, you know, how vetted we are, I think, in this revenue called our water utilities. So I hate giving, like Vice Mayor said, I hate giving 50% of it away. It would take a burden off of you all, but as we look at things to take burdens off of you all, I think a lot of it is just abuse on the part of those ratepayers when they wait too long to correct a water problem. That's just my, and I'm using my own church as an example. We took ownership of something that I did ask, the guys go out, check the meter, I turn the water off so we stop that hemorrhaging of the water myself. But it was determined that it wasn't on the city side. You know, at that point, that's the juncture where I think Gainesville does it that way, I think Newberry does it that way, and the bill is due. So if you negotiate how much to pay each month, that's in your purview, but it's not average billing, and that's the point I'm trying to make. I think we
Just to clarify, that does not occur, period. No one
I
gets
know it, and I haven't even heard about it.
Yeah,
I think
no.
it stopped, and
Yes, it
and our
stopped.
recovery of the collections, I think it was a big component of the lost water and those kind of things. We're doing this backwards because we should have a motion and a second for further discussion. You did it, Vice
And
Mayor.
that's why I asked the question, because I
Yeah,
wanted to
so
know.
do we-
So if I made a motion,
Take with us for 6 months.
my motion would be that that we table this, probably until.
The first of the year.
December or January, or
consider-
that we just not even
And
do
keep
it
that
right
burden
now.
on the staff, and I
But-
apologize, it's not the burden any, but you all have done some things, average billing in and of itself, I commend you for that. And I know Tangi is still vetted in working with the customers, even if she gets berated at the class window.
Correct.
She does well when she tries to work with the customers, so. And takes the heat, as she's, with her passion, shown us several times, but yeah.
So, my
Is there a
motion would
second
be
one?
to.
My question is, since February, can you tell us, like, how much of increase have you been collecting? Can you tell the difference and an estimate for what you have inputted?
Or the decrease in delinquent bills or whatever not paid.
Right. Can you tell us, like, how much more profit have you been collecting from February to now on some of these bills?
Gotten better or worse, or the same?
Yeah.
Just at that.
Well, it's gotten better because they found those customers that didn't have water meters, and so many of them, we did make them pay the full amount, or they had to make a payment arrangement, and once it's broken, then the full amount's gonna be due,
Correct.
because Culver's has been instructed when water's turned off, it's gonna be locked from now on,
Yep.
because people keep turning their water meters back on.
And that's negotiating with the ratepayers, but looking for
Correct,
the
but
missing
some,
money.
there was no excuse, so
Right.
they had to pay the whole amount. I think one still doesn't even have water. So yes, I know those are code
And we
violations.
stopped
so we
the
have-
average billing
Right.
issue
So-
at a courtesy.
But, so we do our best to work with people, but some people, when they just get out of control, then the whole amount's due, or they miss their arrangement.
So I have a
So
motion.
we're talking about, I'm sorry, are we talking about hundreds of dollars or thousands of
A
dollars?
couple of them were thousands of dollars that they've had to pay, like quite a few thousands when you add
Going
them. I don't
back-
know the exact dollar
Going
amount
back
to
almost
answer
2
your first
years, right? On the
question.
one account that I'm thinking of, it was 2 years of non-payment, and it was.
Several were 2
It was
years.
between tenant and owner, and I thought you were paying, it's ridiculous. Pay the bill. So,
So my motion
remains
would be
first of the
to
year.
table it to at least January.
And
Yes.
review it again in January. Got a
Yes.
motion and a second?
I second.
She seconded,
Oh,
but thank you.
And can we kind of get a tally from now to that date of the difference that y'all collected off the delinquent accounts or the ones that had problems? But
Even if the trend is continuing to decline.
but we can see the difference. Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion from Thias? Any input from the citizenry?
What was the motion again? I'm sorry.
Motion was to review this resolution, and I'm sorry the attorneys went to this, in January, because we're on the decline as an opportunity to reduce this delinquent amount of money and funding, and we don't want to give away 50% of it to a collection third-party contractor when we're doing it internally.
Are you ready for questions?
Yes, ma'am, I said, are there any citizen input in the sake of time and
I'm
lots of
really
things to go
sorry.
over? Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Lori Costello, citizen. So I know several months ago, they found several
Yes.
that we got to collect on. And then the second report, they didn't find any. Have they found any since?
No, ma'am, they haven't.
Okay, so we haven't found any, in a while.
Right.
I think it's time to do this because it's not like we're giving money away. We're going to get money that we don't have. And so since we haven't found any, and Dallas is our main accountant, he is suggesting this. I would suggest that we go for it because we're not getting anything. Am I right?
We don't have delinquent accounts that we're discovering for collection. Dallas Lee has nothing to do with water accounts and what addresses they're at. That's an internal function that we've found our guys could do. The average billing source of correcting the issue and giving empathy to the account holder has ended. We don't do average billing. The example I just used was my church with a jump in a water bill from $29 to $300 almost. And if it had continued another 30 days without action of the church owner, it would have been a $300 or $500 water bill. If that was the function or issue 2 years ago or a year and a half ago with our predecessor administrator, it would have been just average the bill and work with them.
Okay.
That's a lot of money just for average billing on a leak, that no other municipality does it that way. They do a billing negotiated plan, but they collect it. And that's not the issue here where they're not collecting.
Okay, I thought this was a different company doing
They don't
different
go out and
things.
seek and find those meter leaks and those things. That's still an
Okay.
internal function. It's when the bill's presented and they won't pay. And there's like the one renter, the landlord and the renter in 2 years of not paying water. And then both parties are saying we're not paying. This company would collect on that, but she made payment arrangements and that's been resolved. We're not that big to have a huge collection company come in and get 50% of our revenue in this revenue account.
Okay, I was thinking of a different company that was doing something else. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Could you direct our interim manager to have the billing clerk call when a bill is unusually high? They've always done it in the past for years and years and years, and I don't know why they quit doing it. We're a small city, and if somebody goes from $29 to $300, it would be nice to have a courtesy call from the city.
Okay.
Is that, could y'all
Duly
direct?
noted, and we'll see what staff can do to remedy that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Anyone else? Okay, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, which is to move this forward, not abandon the resolution, but just move it forward until January for review in 2026, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays, like sign, motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, Kristen, for y'all doing the work on this. Just put it in your folder for January to review. Did I have a Kirsten that I work with, and I always think about Miss Ballou when I'm talking about the Kirsten at work. I'm sorry. My apologies. Okay, next is new business. Resolution number 2025-19, license agreement for the use of facilities as a polling place, Alachua County Supervisor elections in the city of Archer.
Mr. Mayor, this is Resolution 2025-19, a resolution of the City of Archer, Florida, approving the license agreement for use of facilities as a polling place between the Alachua County Supervisor of Elections and the City of Archer, making certain findings of fact in support thereof, recognizing the authority of the mayor to execute this resolution, authorizing the mayor to execute the agreement, repealing all prior resolutions in conflict, and providing an effective date. This is a agreement with the Alachua County Supervisor of Elections that you see annually. Happy to answer any questions that you have about it, but it's substantively the same. Obviously, the dates have changed.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. A motion from Commissioner White and a second from Vice Mayor Bailey. Any other discussion from the dais? Hearing none, any comments from the constituency in the audience? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the resolution number 2025-19, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. Agenda item 2, resolution number 2025-20, agreement between the city and Dallas Lee for financial consulting services to continue.
Mr. Mayor, this is Resolution 2025-20, a resolution of the City of Archer, Florida, approving that certain agreement between the city and Dallas Lee for financial consulting services, making certain findings of fact in support of the city approving said agreement, recognizing the authority of the mayor to execute and bind the city to said agreement, directing the mayor to execute and bind the city to said agreement, repealing all prior resolutions in conflict, and providing an effective date. This agreement is substantively similar. Again, dates changed from the last one that you saw for Dallas. Again, happy to answer any questions.
I didn't read any changes, it's at dates.
And it has a 30-day clause for either party to be able to discontinue the consulting services.
I will make a motion to adopt resolution number 2025-20.
Have a motion.
second.
Second, from Commissioner Green. First motion by Commissioner White. Any other discussion from the dais? Hearing none. Any comments from the constituents in the audience? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Fiord.
Real quick, I totally agree with the agreement, but I thought I read where it doesn't have a termination date. Is that new? When you say dates?
There's just a clause in there for it to end.
Oh, I thought it specifically states that
It doesn't have an
there's
end
no
date.
end date. Okay, so that's, I think, new from, or no, maybe not.
I don't believe we had a termination date in the last one either.
It's just till we exhaust the services and don't need them any longer in the 30-day notice, either party, or he or that person can't avail themselves, so. Anybody else? All right, all those in favor of resolution number 2025-20 for continuation of the consulting services, financial consulting services, Dallas Lee, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays, like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Resolution number 2025-21, authorizing additional accessor for banking services on behalf of the city of Archer.
Mr. Mayor, this is resolution number 2025-21, a resolution of the City of Archer, Florida, approving and authorizing additional accessor for bank services on behalf of the City of Archer, removing a previously named accessor on behalf of the city, repealing all resolutions in conflict, and establishing an effective date. This is just a resolution that removes Amanda
Hagan.
and adds back Dallas League, and no one else is a signatory.
Okay.
It makes clear that Dallas is not a signatory. He just can access the bank information. Happy to answer any questions.
So moved.
All right, I have a motion from Vice Mayor
Second.
Bailey, a second from Commissioner Green. Any other discussion, comments, or questions regarding this resolution from the dais? Hearing none, any comments or questions from the citizenry? Hearing none, all those in favor of the resolution number 2025-21, authorizing the additional accessor for banking services on behalf of the City of Archer and removing the previous person, Ms. Amanda Hagan, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays like sign. Motion carries. New business item number 4, resolution number 2025-22, determining the proposed maximum millage rate for fiscal year 25-26.
Mr. Mayor, this is resolution number 2025-22, a resolution determining the proposed maximum millage rate, the current year rolled back rate, and the date, time, and place for the first and second public budget hearings as required by law, authorizing the interim city manager to change budget hearing dates if necessary, directing the interim city manager to file said resolution with the property appraiser pursuant to requirements of Florida statutes and the rules of regulations the Department of Revenue of the State of Florida, providing an effective date. This is the resolution regarding your millage. I have had an opportunity to correspond with Dallas about this during this meeting, post Ms. Fiore's comments. And she is correct. We need to change tentative to preliminary, but that'll be or proposed or draft budget, something not tentative. But we can make those changes.
Okay.
So our
Will it change
recommendation
these
would that
hearing
it would be.
dates as well?
It wouldn't, I don't necessarily believe it would change any of the substantive dates. We just need to, instead of tentative budget, we just put draft or preliminary.
Okay. I entertain a motion.
So moved with the change.
I have a motion from Commissioner White. Do I have a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay.
So, did we find out what our services under MSTU include?
He was going to send those to us.
No, I mean, I know he said that tonight.
But we
You
don't.
can't get it done this year anyway.
Right, I know it's not for this year, but I think we still need to know before we move forward. And that's why I was trying to find out before
The
this
list of
meeting, but I
additional services.
but I did not find out. And I don't, okay, so I kind of don't want to move forward with this until we find out how everything is gonna affect us. I think this just is saying that we'll move up to the 10 instead of whatever it turns out to be now, which is 9 point something. I don't know. I don't have that paper with me. So that's kind of where I'm stuck. That's where I'm stuck, because I just feel like we should know, yeah, before we move on.
To add something else in that, the trim has to be certified by August 4th, so I have to, right now, the max is sitting in there, the 6.4322, so if you think we're not gonna wanna do that, actually, never mind, you can lower it, you just can't go higher, disregard.
Oh.
I'll leave it as is, and we can lower it, you can't go the other way. Otherwise, we gotta pay for new trim mailings to go out, never mind, I don't think that through, it's very late.
Okay, but when is it due? August
4th, I can still transmit it with the full millage, and like I said, as long as it's lower, just can't go higher, obviously we can't go higher anyways.
Right.
Again, just for anyone that doesn't understand, what period of time will this increase be for?
Next
The
year, right?
26, 27 budget year?
Yes, sir.
Right.
When we talk about not this year, we're talking about this budget planning
Correct.
year,
One that starts
25,
October
26. It will
1st.
remain the same. It will,
Right.
it-
Wait, say that again.
Begin in October.
Yeah, in October, we'll go to
The new
full
rate.
10 mills, yes.
which is the 25, 26 year.
Correct, but it
Okay.
won't hit our tax bills until we get them, what, January, whatever. Yeah.
Next summer when we collect the funds. Okay.
And if I may, just briefly, I have confirmed with Dallas that you all do need to adopt this resolution before the end of the month. So you
Yes.
would need a special meeting if you don't move forward with it today.
Okay.
Oh, our current was 5.5%. Okay.
Right.
And our current rate is 5.547. All right. If I remember from
7.9.
47. Okay.
All right, and if we decide later that we were going to move out of the MSTU, then that other portion
Would reduce,
you will reduce the citizens' costs, right?
be a net savings to the to the taxpayers. Without that line item of what MSTU services are unique to having it that they would not have. We would all not have, not just
Right,
they.
everybody, yeah,
Every-
us, the
all
city.
residences of
Yeah.
the city of Archer. And we did discover that there are only 3 of the 9 municipalities, whether
Right.
they have their own police department or they're accessing the MSDUs that still do it.
Right.
It's us, Hawthorne, and Waldo.
Correct.
And we also discussed contracting with the sheriff.
Yeah, we did talk.
It could be cheaper for us to do that.
And if we just negotiated, yeah,
A contract, right.
and we didn't get into that tonight because he had his office, I don't think it was the arena
Right.
to try to start that.
Well, I don't think it was the time to do that either because he was not able to answer the
Whatever
question,
list of
right?
Additional
So-
services you get with
Right,
MSTU.
right. So once we find out, then we can
All right.
make the changes. Thank you. I'm good.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion from Vice Mayor Bailey. and a-
Nope, was it?
No?
I
Was
think
it?
I seconded
You
it for
second it? Okay,
discussion.
I'm sorry. And
Yeah.
Commissioner White made the motion and you second it. Any other comments, questions from the dais regarding this resolution? Anyone else from the constituents in the audience have questions specific to this? Yes, ma'am.
Karen Fiore. So in your backup, there's a letter from Deanna, and you talk about the MSTU, and you specifically state that it has to be sent to the county before May 1st for the preceding fiscal year. So you're past the date, right? I heard Vice Mayor say that we still had time when I mentioned that before. So you don't have time for this coming budget cycle.
Yeah, for the next year, not for the current year coming. That's not what I meant.
So let's stop saying 25, 26.
It
In
would
your
be
budget 26, your May date has already passed, and that is what you're trying to adopt. So you're past that opportunity is what I'm saying, and just make that
Correct.
clear. Okay,
Yeah, we knew that. Thank you.
okay, well, that's not what you keep saying, but that's okay.
That's why I asked about, it would be the budget year 26, 27,
Correct.
when it would be in effect.
Yes.
So, and I've said this before up here, stop using those 2 years, you're confusing everybody. Just say the year that you're trying to approve, which is gonna be your fiscal year 26 budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. All right, so your resolution, it says, whereas the city manager has prepared a tentative budget, you said that you're gonna say proposed budget, but you didn't send us anything. There's nothing here. We have nothing to look at. You have no documentation saying why you need to increase the millage. You have no documentation saying if you're gonna be in a deficit. You have no documentation saying if your other revenues are going to be able to fund your other activities. There is no information that you provided the citizens. I don't understand how you can put that language in there. I know this is normal language, but normal cities will provide, even if it's the smallest amount of backup, it would show a
justification.
proposed tentative budget, and there's nothing that's been provided here. I don't like the wording. I think it's not what you did. You did not, your last meeting, you did not show any of that. Now where it says, now therefore be it resolved by the people. Why are we changing this language, the people? We are not approving you to go to the max millage. The commission, you're the governing body that sets these by resolution. It's not us. We're not doing it. I don't see why we have people in there. It should be the city commission of the city of Archer, Florida, not the people. And then in section 2 below that, now, I know this isn't a requirement in this resolution, but I really recommend that you stay consistent. So you have 3 resolutions that you adopt around your budget. Today's resolution set in your max millage, then you're gonna have your first reading on your budget and your second reading on your budget. These resolutions should almost mirror each other. And in that section, you should be providing us with the percentage increase or decrease over the rollback rate. So I see how you're stating what the rollback rate is, and that's great that you're supposed to do that, but give us a percentage, because you're required in your next 2 resolutions to actually provide what that percentage is. And I really think you need to get rid of the language talking about the budget, because you didn't provide us with that, and you need to change people to city commission, please. Thanks.
Thank you.
Lori Costello, citizen. Karen brought up excellent points. And if you're even thinking about passing it as is, then you shouldn't be passing it tonight. You should be bringing back some kind of budget, something to justify the raise. And then you will have to have a special meeting. You know, it is what it is, but you just can't pass resolutions that are basically untrue, you know, so you might want to bring something to the table and then pass the resolution after you bring that information to the table.
The 28th.
Thank you.
All right, this is, yes, sir.
Good evening again. I know I'm just kind of shouting into the echo chamber, but how can you pass this if you don't have numbers? I mean, I've sat here at the meetings and I've heard the financial issues, but you don't have numbers. We talked about the whole thing with the MST. You don't have numbers. You don't have numbers. And I just don't see how you can do that. We talked about, you know, maybe we wanted to sell this building or whatever, different ways to cut the budget and to get more revenue. No numbers. Ideas. No numbers. So if you don't have numbers, how can you possibly pass this? Thank you.
This is a possible solution to this. We've done it before where we had one meeting and then another meeting. Could July 28th we have any corrections we're going to make with this resolution and present it to us, and that's before the deadline date? Is that a doable option?
I mean, you could have another special meeting.
A special meeting on the 28th.
On the
And then go
28th.
into the workshop thereafter. That has appropriate backup, if, I don't know if Dallas Lee is listening or whatever, that would justify this. Because we have 2 issues here. We have a deadline on this, that we know what the plan is with the MSTU consideration. We'll have the MSTU list of what we get for $1 for the next planning year, but we would be able to have numbers that would show this. And that would mean amending your motion for consideration. To review this as a special meeting on the 28th? I'm not trying to mandate it, I'm trying to facilitate
You want to do it, I'm ready.
and give citizenry and the input from citizens.
I will amend the second because I think that would be good, because hopefully we'll have all the information we need by then.
Okay.
'Cause
Is that
that
doable
was
for
my
legal to have
concern
that
at first.
with the language and commission versus?
I mean, yeah, I mean, those are very small changes. It would be 5 seconds.
It'd be the
Obviously, that would be
just
much
the
more
percentage.
of
We've
a,
done this rodeo before with the percentage and how much that is.
the percentage I have to get from your financial.
Right.
I don't,
Yeah,
I
I'm not
don't
looking at you
create
to
those.
create it, I'm just saying that would give Dallas the time to provide that.
I was gonna say we have those.
But you spoke about it, and so if we had that as information provided on the 28th for this review, it would be, it would provide your interest, Ms. Fiore, for all of us, not just we the people, but we everyone, so we know exactly what that is. in the language, and Dallas could provide that for us. And then we go into the workshop and have our discussions then. Do we want to have the special meeting with that agenda item before the workshop, i.e. 5:30 to 6, and then 6 o'clock go into the workshop? Is that a doable?
That's fine with me.
I'm thinking you're in school. So. Okay.
No, I'm not in school.
Okay, you're on summer, huh? Not for long, though. You know, school starts back, what, the 12th, 13th?
The 11th.
So you're
Is
gonna
it-
pass a resolution before you have your budget workshop. That doesn't make sense. You're going to have your budget workshop.
With the justification with that,
Yes.
with all these answers,
So who else? That's what it is.
yes.
Thank you. That's someone can talk for you. That's great.
No, that's my feelings as well, though, so that, I mean, because they can't do the financial perspective of what we're looking at if that determination isn't already made, so, and the justification for it. So yes, we would do that 5:30 to 6, and then 6 with the full workshop to see what we get for that, so, going into the new year, the fiscal year.
So we're gonna change to 5:30? Instead of starting at 6 and then move on?
Have
If
that
we have
meeting
all the
agenda
information.
item and then move into the workshop.
Okay, I think she get us close to 5:30. So we need to,
Either that, or we start the workshop at 6:30 and have the meeting at 6 to
Yeah.
6:30.
I
I mean,
think
I don't
that's
think it'll
easy.
take 15 minutes.
I don't think so either.
If we have the documentation
Right.
and the numbers to present,
Mm-hmm,
to justify it.
correct. So it shouldn't,
At least 5:45.
No, we can make it 6
Yeah.
to 6:30, and then 6:30, I mean, we can sine die for 15 minutes and go into our workshop on the 28th. Is that
I think that
doable
works.
for you or Danielle or somebody to be here?
We can try and figure it out.
Okay. You don't have to stick with the workshop, certainly. Okay. All right, so y'all have amended your motions to that effect?
We did.
Our budget workshop?
Yeah, I'm saying she wouldn't have to attend the workshop.
Yeah, she don't have to
No more
stay.
than legal
She
had to
can
be
come
here
and do
for the
that
first
and then
one.
leave. Yeah.
Not telling you, I'm just saying you wouldn't be required to be there. Just trying to facilitate this process here. Okay, so I have a motion, an amended motion and an amended second to move this for review and adoption with the recommendations and the numbers from Dallas for our workshop. 6 o'clock to 6:30, special meeting on the 28th, Monday the 28th, followed by the workshop.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Are you allowed to adopt resolutions at our budget workshop?
They're saying it's gonna be two
It's two-
different meetings.
The meeting, we close the meeting
that's
and
what
we
I
go
missed.
directly into
Okay,
the
thank you for
workshop.
clarifying.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am,
you.
because we've done this before where we had to review something and it was contingent on that action, whether we built the budget or discussed the budget. Okay. Any other feedback from the audience? Any other feedback from the dais regarding this? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion for this resolution to be reviewed on the 28th of July, 6 PM, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays like sign. Hearing none, motion's approved 5-0. Thank you for your patience. And item 5 was removed for further negotiations, correct?
Right.
Madam Attorney? Okay. Okay, reports, correspondence, and communication, there is none, or do you have anything to add?
Unless anyone has any questions on my report, we skip.
No, ma'am.
Everyone good? Good.
Other than, just clarify for me, was there a new gate for Public Works utility compound?
There was a
ordered?
new gate so they could get the grader in, is how that occurred. It was,
And
I
that's
think
what
it was
created the need for the bigger.
correct. So yes, there's nothing wrong with the
Open the
gate.
gate so the grader could
But
get
it was
in.
bought like 2 years ago?
Right, I believe they said around 2 years ago.
And where was the grader being stored?
Outside.
Out, completely outside?
Correct.
The utility compound?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I just got a text from Dallas that he is not available on the 28th. He is available on the 29th.
We're good with
Said he was good.
Oh, we thought he did too, but he might have just looked back again, but 29th is fine with me, fine with her.
Fine with me.
That's fine with me.
All right.
We're moving it to the 29th. Y'all hear it?
Yep, I'll change it in my calendar.
That's Tuesday, the 29th, 6 o'clock for the special meeting agenda item, and then followed by the workshop. He's available on the 29th, correct?
Confirmed, available the 29th.
Okay. Thank you for that input. Okay. All right. Attorney report, anything to update us on? Ma'am?
Actually, yes.
All right.
So we have I think that we talked about it briefly before, but as you know, we are currently in litigation over the Thickets foreclosure. My office needs advice from you all regarding how you want to proceed with the litigation/settlement, so we need a shade meeting. I think that we had previously reached out to confirm every one of you is available on July 17th for that. If that is still the case, we would like to have that meeting at that time. So what I will do is, I know that this is sort of a new thing. We haven't done this since a lot of you have been here, so I'll sort of explain how shade meetings work. First and foremost, the only subject matter of the meeting is settlement negotiations and strategy regarding litigation expenditures and that kind of thing. The entire session, and I'm reading from the Florida statute, just so that everyone is clear. The entire session is recorded by a certified court reporter, where we will start at an open meeting. We will open the meeting. There'll be the pledge and attendance and all of those things. Then we'll close the meeting. We'll send anyone from the public out. We'll conduct our meeting with a court reporter. And then when we are finished, and there will be no votes taken during the meeting. You all are just sort of giving us feedback on where you'd like to see this go. And then we will close the shade meeting. We will reopen the public meeting. We'll close that meeting, and then we'll be free. After the litigation is complete, the transcript will be made part of the public record. So we call it the shade because it's under the cover of shadow now, but after the litigation is finished, it will become publicly available, and that's just for the purposes of making sure that we don't sort of tip our hand to the other side during an open litigation. So Florida law allows us to do that. I'm happy to answer any questions about this, but that would be my request, is that we have a shade meeting on July 17th. I believe we said 6 p.m. is when we reached out.
By consensus, it's okay? Everybody's available?
Yes.
And that's this Thursday. Okay. All right. Anything else?
That's it.
Amen. Okay. Okay. Did we have a second comment period? Did I lose it on my agenda?
I think we do, but it's after the commissioner's report. It's the third page.
Oh, okay. I lost my third page, sorry.
It's this page.
Okay.
So
We're at public comment period now?
no, commissioner report.
All right, commissioner reports. Ms. Penny? Anything to report?
I've been there. Had 2 opioid meetings. That's why I was glad to see the sheriff here, and they brought
Take the
up
page, I'll find mine somewhere.
something about it. So I want to reach out to that officer. And we're getting ready to do 2 campaigns.
Found
We'll
it.
start seeing billboards and all billboards, and also you'll see some ads on, I believe, TV, Facebook, about the opioid crisis here in Alachua County. It's still a big problem. I also had the opportunity to go to the farmer's market this Tuesday, and I went somewhere else. I came by there and I couldn't work again because, like I said, I went to the eye doctor again today, so my eyes are dilated and I'm just like, ugh. I had one surgery in May and one in June, so I could not go out there where they were using to get the grass. I couldn't go out there because I couldn't get anything in my eyes. So I did come out and watch, and that's all I think I did. That's all.
Thank you. Commissioner Green?
I can't think of anything in particular. Thinking about when the sheriff office was here, I'd like to report that GPD and the sheriff office reported that the gun violence has been down, which was a great thing to hear. But let me just also say, and this probably just was in way of announcement, there is a Stop the Violence rally at the MLK building on July the 26th, which they usually have about 5,000 backpacks to give out, so you can spread the word, and of anybody that's in interest. It's at 10 o'clock. And normally they have a speaker, I don't know who their guest is this year, but normally they have a speaker there that will speak on gun violence, that will address the youth. So if you don't know of anybody that would be interested, the kids get free backpacks with our free school supplies in there. They, like I said, they give away about 5,000 backpacks, so there's always more than enough.
So they start at 10.
They
Start at 10, from 10 to,
I think it probably runs from about 10 to 12.
oh, okay.
Yeah, it's usually about a couple hours long, yeah.
I saw it on Facebook, if I see it again, I'll share it.
You say, is it 10 to 2?
Sure.
It's normally about 12, okay.
No, I just remember 5,000 backpacks.
Yeah, they always give, I think
That's
this
about right, too.
it's pretty close to the 20th year, I think. I forget what year this is, but it's been going on a long time
It
now.
has, it has. It's been a little minute.
Okay, Commissioner White?
Nothing,
Nothing to report? Okay.
nothing.
And Vice Mayor Bailey?
Well, I have a message about the farmer's market tomorrow from 3 to 7. And that the first bingo session will start at 4 p.m., from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. I guess there are gifts for the winners. And to please come out. Let me see what else it says. Yeah. Please come out and if you so choose, join the Archer Historical Association. That's what it says here. Other than that, I did see an invite to a meeting for Children's Trust on the 17th that morning. Do you know about that? But you work during the morning.
Yeah,
So,
I work, and they're not gonna let me off for Children's Trust.
I'll see. I can't remember the time. I feel like it's 11, so I'll see what's on, if I'm able to go to that. But that's it.
Okay, thank you. I just continue to represent Archer in the North Central Florida Planning Council, and that's all I have. All right, last but not least, I'll entertain a motion to extend this.
Second public comment period.
Huh? I know, we have to extend the meeting because it's approaching 10 o'clock. I'll entertain a motion to extend the meeting
Yeah, exactly.
15
I was
minutes.
gonna say, let's see if they gonna take 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Let's do this.
All right, I just don't want to interrupt public comment period. We can certainly adjourn before then. Just anticipation. All right, second comment period. Anyone like to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Karen Fiore, I just have a question. So we throw out questions to you and then you say it's duly noted. Will we have a timeline when we'll get those answers for the questions that we proposed?
I would like to see anything of pertinence that was discussed tonight be items that will come back for discussion, is what I would anticipate.
So are you asking the citizens to now send another email requesting stuff, or you're saying that?
For the example of, I'm sorry, we've taken some actions on your recommendations and points this evening. Again, not trying to target Ms. Costello, but things that you asked had specificity to it. And so as you've done in the past where you list the questions that have specificity and answers will be given, then it could be reviewed at the next meeting. That's what I would anticipate.
Okay, so
hopefully.
I've sent emails to staff requesting data, and I still didn't receive that for over 2 months ago. So now, are you asking me to make a list and resend it, or are you
Yes, ma'am.
telling me that?
I would at this juncture, if it's been 2 months, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so everything that I asked for today, no one took notes. I'm gonna have to make a list on that as well.
If it was-
Deanna normally takes notes, and
Okay.
that's what I was asking.
So I'll get some answers, because I know no one wants to give answers up here lately, so that it's only gonna be duly noted, and, but I don't get the answers, so, and they're not hard questions, so I'm just curious.
And not to put you in my list of those recipients, but if you don't get them in a 2-month period, certainly send them to me so that I can,
Deanna, do you have?
there are some things that I can't get, but some things I will get for you. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Lopez.
Roberta Lopez, before I get into this little document, did everybody get one of these that I just passed out? I would just like to say, whenever you dictate or write
It's the same thing, isn't it?
your letter to USDA, that the wording in there be correct, because it was misinformation, it was bad information, it was the wrong information in that draft. So I hope that would change. It was done, sent to me by, I think, Danielle. So, it's saying a lot of things in there that was not right. Okay, getting back to this, I'm gonna read this really fast, less than 3 minutes. And it's going out to Deanna, the mayor, and everybody here. I am very disappointed and do not understand why the city of Archer have not aggressively gone after the former manager and accountant. It has been proven that there are misplaced funds and poor record keeping leading up to the financial crisis. I think it is time to contact the governor and ask for help with the investigation. What happened is not fair to the citizens of Archer and the taxpayers. For the city of Archer records, and please file this request, I am asking the City of Archer commissioners to contact the governor of Florida for help. It is time for the games to stop. A couple of meetings ago, Commissioner White wanted to use every dime we have to go after the former manager and accountant. Since we do not have money, why not contact the people in government who may be able to help us? This may work if we try it. And it's submitted by me. And then I put this information down below that answers some of the questions. Who performs investigations of public officials and special investigation ordered by the governor of Florida? And it says FDLE. Executive investigation handles investigations are ordered by the governor and conduct complex cases where public officials are suspected of fraud, criminal activity. Executive investigations also conduct background checks for government agencies. When can executive investigators conduct an investigation? For any of the 3 reasons. Number 1, there's an alleged crime. Number 2, on specific directions and writing from the governor. Number 3, by joint resolution of the Florida House and Senate. And then I made a note. Does this mean that the governor can call an investigation using FDL with our situation in Archer? If not, then who? Could it be the Inspector General? We need to do something. And I'm asking y'all to do it, because if you don't do it, I may do it. I may contact FDLE. The governor, to see if this can be done. And I'm serious. Because it's not fair to us. And we just keep going on, and I haven't seen anything happening here. Nothing at all.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Okay, so before Ms. Costello comes, I'll make the motion to extend the meeting for 10 minutes.
10 minutes, thank you.
Yes.
Have a second?
A second.
Second, thank you, Commissioner Green. I have a motion and a second, extend the meeting 10 minutes. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Motion carries. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Costello.
Hi, Lori Costello, citizen. So, I really want that update on the flexible timing, because like I says, we can get rid of everything that I talked about. And I'm hoping the advisory committee is gonna be put on the next agenda. I don't, is there a
Yes.
reason why it wasn't put on this
Yes,
agenda?
It will be put on for discussion at the next
Okay,
official
'cause
meeting.
it
Yes,
was
ma'am. Which is
tabled
the
to this
August
meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Not the special meeting on July 29th, but the
Okay.
August meeting.
I would like to know what is happening with the work orders. I have put in a bunch of work orders and most of them have not happened, have not been completed. I don't know if any of them ever been signed off on. I don't know what's going on. The retention pond over in Doe Run literally has not been touched in years. So you can't say, oh, we're low staffed, because it hasn't been touched in years. So what is going on with our public works supervisor? Okay, all the branches are down, we're gonna have to pay thousands of dollars to fix the fencing. This is what I mean by deferred maintenance, all right? Somewhere they said that they patched holes on 168. I put a work order back in March to get the holes on 168th, but that has not happened. Sidewalks, I know I have begged you, they did do Park Street, but maintenance is ongoing. You can't clean a sidewalk one time and expect it to be clean for the whole year. But many sidewalks in this town has not been touched. The grass is overgrowing the sidewalks. I walk almost every day. Please, please do the sidewalks. When they mow, they just leave the grass on the sidewalks. I want to thank you for doing that tree, Deanna. Thank you. And Church Street. Church Street, when you go around that corner, those same leaves have been there for 2 years. 2 years. I have pictures, and I have dated pictures. It's crazy. Now, on this, I don't understand why a public works supervisor has no time to answer questions on these reports. That's insane, because I see them all around town just sitting there talking to the sheriff, talking to who, whatever, just stopped in the middle of the road, just talking. Anyhow, you have a check water leak on 45, and then you have put a new water meter on 45, then you have fixed water leak on 45. Is this all the same spot? There's many of them. We don't know whether it's different spots, the same spot. Is it a house, or was it a road on 45? Where did they patch the holes on 168th? They didn't patch them on where I requested them to be patched. I gave specific from this block to this block, so mine was very specific. You know, the wood rot on our buildings, the window out here, I want y'all to take a look at the condition of that window. Rotted the whole way around. It's been like that for years, okay? Both of the pavilions need woodwork, okay? Our pump house, it's all rotted on the building. Usually it's simple. A 1x6, you paint it, you put caulking on it. It's fixed. But they're letting it rot. The deferred maintenance is costing us.
Okay.
Okay, and I get up
Your
and.
time is up, Ms.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good night.
Yep, I set the timer. It was on, but
I'm sorry, it was, yeah. She hit both.
Everywhere I go, I invite people to Archer. I still promote Archer everywhere I go,
Thank you,
and I
Ms.
get
Green.
lots of questions. Mr. Mayor, it's time for you to put things on the table. We've heard about a Doge letter for several meetings, but we don't see it. And when you did the in 2015, when you went up and down the street saying the city was stealing money, you didn't mind putting the 15 items that the forensic audit showed, along with $2,900 that the city manager was overpaid after the auditors were already here in the building on the job, and the gas tickets.
Yes.
I thought gas tickets was what you went to the Jiffy store and got the gas ticket and brought it in here to be sure she got the ticket, and I even offered to do that. I've just learned it's a log. And that's not rocket science. You're not being fair to the people not to put this on
Yes,
the
ma'am.
table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deanna, first I want to say thanks for taking care of that tree on 170th so quickly, because I was really worried that was going to fall on somebody's car. So I agree with Roberta. It's time to take some action in regards to what happened last year. I mean, it's just way overdue on time. I read the papers and I see different cities and other organizations around our area are taking action against folks who are bad players, and we really haven't done anything at this point. You guys have taken the heat because you're the supervisors, but you guys haven't done anything to take care of what the real issue was. Last question is, Deanna, are there any major land use development efforts going on that you're working on?
No, sir, we don't have any applications.
You don't have any applications? Okay, all right, thank you.
Anyone else? This meeting is adjourned at 10:05.
Good job, thank you.